Recording in progress.
你提，因為有時我做時候咧，我就唔記得時間。
国家“一带一路”及粤港澳大湾区建设，推进澳门一中心、一平台、一基地建设。2021 MGS 澳门休闲科技峰会将会以交流共树、持续发展为主题，致力于为受疫情冲击的澳门娱乐、科技、旅游行业探讨创新解决方案，推动产业复苏，为本地与会者及全球业者提供讨论和交流平台。那活动能成功举办，也非常感谢各个支持单位，包括中国国际贸易。
Supported by China Council for Promotion of International Trade, Macau Trade and Investment Promotion Institute, Macau Productivity and Technology Transfer Center, and University of Macau Education and Youth Development Bureau. Now let's look at the platform we're using today for the summit, so you can use the channels properly. We have online simultaneous interpretation service on the Zoom platform, and you can choose a language and switch to the proper language that you would like to listen to. You can listen to the floor, Mandarin, or the English channels. And also for those audience watching floor, Mandarin, or English. And I hope you will enjoy today's summit. Afternoon session for today's summit. In the morning, there will be an opening speech given by a representative of the organizer. And the first keynote speech is on the new normal of Macau gaming economy. The speaker will be Dr. Edmund Loy, Associate Professor of the Macau Polytechnic Institute. The second keynote speech is on the financial development in Hengqin Deep Cooperation Zone, and the speaker is Mr. Xu Zhiyu of the Bank of China Macau branch. And the first panel discussion will be on the business recovery of Macau gaming manufacturers, and it will be moderated by Mr. Andrew Scott, Vice Chairman and CEO of Inside Asia Gaming. And also panelists include Mr. Ken Jolly, VP and Managing Director for Asia Scientific Games, and Mr. Lloyd Robinson, General Manager, Asia Aristocrat Technologies Macau Limited, and Mr. Michael Chairs, Sales Director, IGT Asia, Ms. Betty Zhao, COO, LT Game Limited. And the next keynote panel discussion is on Macau business recovery operators. It will be moderated by Dr. Davis Fong. He is the director of Institute for the Study of Commercial Gaming of University of Macau. And the panelists include Mr. Sam Chong Jin Yin, Vice President of Corporate Communications and Community Affairs, Munition Macau. Mr. Kenneth Fong, President, Chief Strategy and Financial Officer of MGM China, and Jason Ni, Assistant Vice President of Research Planning and Strategy, Wynn Macau and Wynn Palace. Mr. Raymond Low, Senior VP of Melco Resorts and Entertainment. Mr. Buddy Lam, Senior Vice President of Public Relations, Galaxy Entertainment Group, and Mr. Benjamin Toh, COO of SJM Resorts. And in the afternoon, the keynote speech will be given by Glenn Light, Louis Rota, Gaming Industry Group, and it is going to be on sports betting in the US. And also after that, there will be a keynote speech given by Professor Wang Changbing of the Macau Polytechnic Institute on the Into the New Era public gaming policy. And after the break, another keynote speech will be given by Mr. Yuan Hang, ICBC Macau. And also after that, there will be another speech given by Mr. Antonio Loba Villela on gaming law and casino concessions in Macau. And we are going to be using Zoom, as you can see. If you have questions for the speakers, and you can choose the hand icon and at the bottom of the panel, and you can raise your hand and ask your questions if you have any. So we are very pleased to have a very diverse summit, and we thank the organizers to provide such a good program for us. And first, let's invite the chairman of Macau Gaming Equipment Manufacturers Association, Mr. Jay Chung, to give an opening speech. Ladies and gentlemen, friends online, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Macau Gaming Equipment Manufacturers Association and MGS Summit, I would like to thank you for your participation in the 2021 MGS Macau Summit. In the past 2 years, the COVID pandemic brought many inconveniences to us in terms of life, work, and travels. And as always, our association is committed to providing service to the Macau gaming technology industry. we provide a platform for summits and where industry leaders can share their ideas, and also they can nurture young entrepreneurs to become leaders in cross international corporations. And we keep good relations with the Macau SR government and with the Macau society as well, to showcase that Macau is not only an international center for tourism and leisure, it's also a city of creativity, opportunity, and innovation. And today, we're here using the online platform to extend our tentacles, as it were, to everywhere in the world. And Macau's economic diversification is very important for Macau's long-term development. Our association are working with MGS Summit. Here, we will talk about legislation, innovation, entertainment, gaming, technologies, etc. And through this online platform, 2021 MGS Summit showcase the spirit of cooperation in Macau, that we can overcome all obstacles that we encounter. Today's 2021 MGS Summit is sponsored by our association, Anguang International Culture and Creative Industry Company Limited, China Machinery International Corporation Company Limited. We also thank the liaison office of the central government in Macau, and we would like to thank the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, Macau Trade and Investment Promotion Institute, Macau Productivity and the Technology Transfer Center, and Education and the Youth Development Bureau, as well as Faculty of Business Administration, University of Macau. And also, we would like to thank our sponsors, Win Resorts, Sands China, Melco Entertainment, MGM, GEG, SJM, SG Gaming Asia Company Limited, ITG, Asian Pioneer Entertainment Holding Company Limited, Aristocrat, LT Gaming. And here, I would like to wish all the success of the 2021 MGS Macau Summit. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your opening speech. And if you are just joining us, I'm going to talk about the interface we're using, the Zoom platform. Now, welcome back to 2021 MGS Summit online. And I thank Mr. Chen for his opening speech. We talked about the use on the Zoom. If you are just joining us, I'm going to tell you how to use the Zoom platform. The summit is conducted in Mandarin and English, but we have simultaneous interpretation. And you can find the appropriate button to switch to the language you would like to listen to, namely English or Mandarin. If you are watching the video stream online, you can listen to the floor, or you can also choose to listen to Mandarin or English channel. And I hope you will enjoy and take the most out of today's summit. And now we're going to proceed into the morning session. And first, we will have our first keynote speech, which will be given by Dr. Edmund Loy, Associate Professor of Macau Polytechnic Institute. And his topic is on the new normal of Macau gaming economy. Now the floor is yours, Professor Loy. Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here to share with you on the new normal under the pandemic and the future trends of the industry. And I thank the organizers for the invitation. And I would like to talk about something I have thought about recently. As you can see on my topic, we are having a new normal in this industry. And we need to look at the new trends, future trends. Macau's gaming industry underwent high-speed growth in the past decade, and we're facing a global challenge. And I have some thoughts to share with you on that. Now let's look at the chart on the screen. Because we're talking about the new normal under the pandemic. The pandemic started last year, and as you can see, there have been outbreaks which fluctuated. And I think in the near future, we will still be together with the COVID pandemic, like it or not. And we have the zero tolerance policy in China, including Hong Kong and Macau. And I think this will still have impact on the gaming industry in Macau, and will not change in the next a few years.
For the new changes that we believe that these difficulties we could be overcome. At present, there are areas where there are more serious cases, and starting from last year, in some developing economies and in some country where the population is dense, such as India, Turkey, or Russia, they have been facing a great impact. What I can observe is basically, in our idea, whether it's a developing economy or a strong economy, they are all facing the pandemic. And under the pandemic, we are facing the same challenge. That we think that these will all pass away. So in terms of recovery, how to be better prepared in the way of recovery in order to receive future better opportunities. In some countries, they have already put forth the idea that whether it is about non-interference policy or other strategies. So if you look at International Health Authority, in their past 50 years fatality rates statistics, if you look at COVID since 2019, we are very concerned that what will be the situation of COVID. We may associate this with the fatal diseases in the past pandemic. Well, if you look at the fatality rate of COVID, it is, when compared with other pandemic in the 50 years, the fatality rate of COVID is relatively low. If you look at this statistics, if the pandemic is going to be long-term trend, And if we are to stay with the pandemic, how to reduce the fatality rate in order to allow our way of living, including work or the transport or mobility, what will be the advantages and how to stay together with the pandemic. We see that vaccination has its advantage. If you look at Bloomberg's figures, the global vaccination doses, if you look at China, China is top the chart. Comparing the neighboring countries, including India, EU, United States, etc., including Japan. If you look at the vaccinations doses rate in the global situation, if you look at the total vaccination doses rate per 100 people, then there are some small countries which is out of our radar. Let's top the chart. For example, Gibraltar, the rate is quite high. If you look at our country, our rate is 155.43 per 100%. So basically, for every 100%, for every person has already have at least one jab. So we need to think further about this in terms of vaccination. Well, vaccination is very interesting phenomenon. If you look at the global situation, and President Trump in the US put forward that they would like to off hook with other countries, and this policy is being put forth right at the pandemic. And the pandemic rate has reached the climax, and a lot of the different corporations in the world had put forth their energy to research on vaccination. So I think within this short period that we could have a lot of different vaccination come out to the market. It proves that globalization is key. And for pandemic, it needs cooperation for different nations, corporations, etc. And for vaccinations and the pandemic, in order to have it working, then apart from taking the vaccination, we need to stay home to work. And when we travel, we need to put on the face masks, need to take care of personal hygiene, etc. With these procedures in place, then it could help control the disease before it comes to exponential growth. So for future, will our tourism be covered by a passport of vaccination? Then we see that vaccination at present is a comparatively workable stance. During the pandemic, indeed, it has changed the behavior of Chinese consumers. The consuming behavior of the Chinese customers, if you look at it at the beginning of pandemic, we try to compare the pandemic of COVID with SARS, etc. But for SARS, it come and go quickly. However, for the COVID-19, it may stay until summer or winter. Through the situation this year, we see that the COVID could still exist during these climates. So this will greatly affect the consuming behavior of the people. So we see that in some situation, classroom teaching was even scrapped. So the measures on how to reduce the spreading of the pandemic, such as working at home, etc. But however, this cannot be continue for a long time. Our students still need to go to school for education. And for some types of jobs, they could stay at home to work, but for others, they cannot, such as tourism, etc. If they have zero contact, then it will have great impact on this kind of hospitality industry. If we are to aim at resuming to our original way of living, we see that amidst the changes we are facing during this COVID pandemic, I think there is a certain kind of relationship between the different entities. Through this relationship, we could explore opportunities. Well, whether outdoor meetings or meetings, of course, these will be reduced. However, for consumers, their way of living will be more on the internet, more online. For yourself, whether in the past 2 years, is there any changes in your way of living? Well, in Macau, for many people, they will go to the shops for shoppings. However, now we have more and more, we will use online shopping. If you look at the successful cases in mainland China, we see that e-commerce could quickly and successfully worked. And this has also posed some food for thought for us. Some of us might become a chef at home, a painter at home. So this gives us food for thought which are the things, which are the model of living is the most important ones for your way of work, for your relationship with your family members. Of course, there are influences, there are impact. But for long term, what should we do? And we see that day to day, we have more online meeting and online shopping. And for consumers, for the income of the coming year, the consumers are still positive. And more, we could see that they may switch to small amount of transaction online and more frequent transaction online. For the consumers may try to move to buy the brands which they are more familiar with. Well, this point has reflected that during this pandemic period, consumers will more and more sought for emotion-linked products more than the functionality of the product. For the emotion link, which means in all the service industries, they are facing a big challenge. Last year, we see that for the gaming industry in Macau was greatly impacted, but of course, it's not just Macau, including Las Vegas, etc. They are being impacted. And how to allow the consumers to have the confidence to come back to the industry. It is key to the marketing activities, but more is on the emotional link items. This could allow consumers to have more confidence in the product and allow them to have a more memory, and in turn allow the consumers to be encouraged to move on and to be able to face the risk associated with the pandemic. So if you look at the performance, if you look at this chart, it's research on the top 10 most favorite tourism destination in China. Top the list is Sanya.
Then it's Yunnan province. Hong Kong and Macau are ranked a little bit behind those. But there's a trend I would like to mention here. In the blue bars, 2020, 2019, and the dark blue bars are 2020. As you can see, after a pandemic happened, tourists actually showed more interest in visiting Hong Kong and Macau. So pandemic impacted the economy, but for Hong Kong, Macau, some mainland China tourists, because they cannot go to the US, Europe, or Japan, and they are switching to coming to Hong Kong and Macau. And also, let's look at the annual travel expenditure of Chinese families post COVID-19. And most of the families are willing to spend between 700 and 2,800 US dollars, which is 4,000 Hong Kong dollars and between 20 and 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. So there's a great demand for travels. The travel radius, as it were, is very important these days because they cannot travel afar, so they are limited to going to places within their reaches. So for tourists, for tourism sector, there have been some predictions, and there are certain factors that need to be taken into consideration when you design tourist products. So first of all, the pandemic control at the destination is very important. It must be effectively controlled before tourists are willing to visit that place. For example, Beijing, if you go there on business or for pleasure, then you must take into consideration of whether or not there's a pandemic outbreak there. And also the health and hygiene measures, are they in place? And the flights, are they stable? And is it easy to obtain visas, etc., etc.? And three of the factors are related to COVID pandemic, which are pandemic control, medical and health measures, and stability of flights. So these are all factors travel operators must take into consideration. And also from the perspective of travel agencies, they think tourists will be more willing to drive themselves around for travels. And there will be many individual tourists as well, and there will be customized destination itineraries as well for individual purpose, especially under the influence of COVID-19 pandemic. This is also to make the tourism experience more safe and more comfortable. And now let's look at Macau's tourism sector, how it is recovering. And Macau, let's look at how Macau is doing. If we look at the travel tourist number of visitation, tourists from mainland, and the gaming revenue. And actually, the first half of 2020, the recovery was doing quite well. Gaming revenue reached 10 billion patakas, which was a peak, a recent peak that hadn't been seen recently. And there were pandemic outbreak in June in Guangzhou and in September in Macau, and these outbreaks affected the recovery of Macau's tourism sector. And as you can see, this is the landmark of Macau, which is the Simpao's ruins. This is where all tourists had to go to in the old days, but now you look at the picture, there are not many tourists there these days. So if the incoming tourists can reach 30,000 per day, I think that would be considered a good recovery. And that will positively help Macau's recovery, economic recovery. But all of this is dependent on our pandemic measures that we are undertaking in Macau. We must be working in concert with our counterparts on the mainland in terms of vaccination, zero tolerance policies, etc., etc. We must align ourselves with the mainland to help business recovery. And also, I would like to talk about the economy and recovery. These are the quarterly statistics of the economy, Macau economy. And as you can see, the GDP, quarterly GDP, has been remaining at 80 billion patakas per quarter. And it dropped in 2019 sharply to the bottom, as it were. It will take a long time for it to go back up back to the peak again. And I think we are doing quite well in terms of tourist spending, if you look at the numbers. But why is that we don't really feel that? In terms of retails, the numbers actually look quite good, but the number of tourists or what I mean is the tourists that actually spend money in the streets of Macau, they're still not as many as they used to be. And now let's look at the gaming tables and the slot machines. So the gaming table revenue dropped sharply in the third quarter of last year, and now it's coming back up. And the drop of slot machines dropped from 17,000 to 8,800. So we need to look into that. So GDP is growing slowly, recovering slowly. And Macau's economy is actually driven by direct investment. And as you can see on this chart, direct investment dropped sharply in the past months. And this reflects the lack of confidence of investors in Macau. Macau's economy was growing at a very rapid speed since early 2000s. And now let's look at what exactly happened. Well, thank you, Mr. Chen, for your input. So let's look at the direct investment. They mostly come from Hong Kong, Cayman Islands, the US, and mainland China. These are the main sources of direct investment in Macau. And now, if we look at these places, the investment from Hong Kong, Cayman Islands, and mainland China all dropped. Only the United States, we had more direct investment from the US. And it is very interesting. It looks like foreign investors, compared to those on the mainland and Hong Kong, had actually more confidence in Macau's recovery. So how to maintain investors' confidence is the key here, especially when we take into consideration the concessionaire license renewing, which is going to happen this year. And this is not going to be easy in terms of attracting direct investments for Macau. And we need to build confidence in investors. We need to cater to investors' needs in terms of policy making. And let's look at Macau's government, what Macau's government has done to stimulate recovery. And as you can see, the director of the MGTO is on the poster here. CEOs, chairmen of casino operators, they are all working hard to help stimulate Macau's economy. And they use all sorts of social media to promote stimulation and to promote confidence amongst Macau's citizens. And there were important events held in Macau. We had Macau Marathon, which was held last year, and the Macau Grand Prix, which was also held last year, and they are coming back this year as well in November and December. And we need to attract attention from tourists to Macau. And we need to provide a safe place for consumers to come to Macau and spend their money. But due to the difficulties for mainland tourists to come to Macau at the moment, which is not going to change in the near future, but we can still do something to attract them to come to Macau. And lastly, I would like to share with you about my thoughts on the second 5-year plan for Macau. And I think the 5-year plan needs active participation from operators and other sectors. And also, I hope the renewing of the licensing of gaming concessions will further promote Macau's competitiveness, international competitiveness. And this will also help SMEs in Macau to further develop, to survive first and to further develop. And I think we need to provide a fair, competitive environment and aiming for sustainable development. And in the future, gaming sector is not going to be only about gaming. It should be tourism plus tourism plus non-gaming elements. So to further develop non-gaming elements of Macau's economy, we will attract more tourists, conference goers to come to Macau. And just as you can see, we can only meet here online virtually. But in the future, I hope there will be more in-person conferences, conventions to be held in Macau.
And in future, in terms of transformation, I think for consumers in China, because their behavior will be changing, the more is to focus on how to satisfy their needs in terms of business, tourism, or healthcare, etc. In future, whether it's locally or in Macau, we think that Macau should be among one of those who are in the fast recovery track. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Loy. Thank you very much, Dr. Loy. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Xu Zhiyu, Managing Director and Deputy General Manager level of Bank of China Macau branch, who will be speaking on electronic payment integration in enhancing deep cooperation firm. Thank you very much, distinguished leaders, guests. Good morning. Thank you very much for the Macau Gaming Equipment Manufacturers Association's organized MGS Summit. and invite me to be here to share with you ideas about the electronic payment integration and Hengqin Deep Cooperation Zone. With the policy of the nation about supporting Macau to have adequate diversification to fulfill, to enrich the one country, two system direction. It has fully implemented that the high importance and expectations about the country towards Macau in integrating into the national development plan and gives direction for Hengqin, Guangdong, Macau for in-depth cooperation zones establishment. We hope that in the development stage, it reflected that for the financial industry, if it is vibrant, then the different industry will be vibrant. Now we can looking at the modernization of Macau, and as the 4 requirements put forward by the Vice Premier Han Zheng, it mentions about creating new space, a new platform, and new demonstration points, and new highland. There's 4 new positioning, again, namely new platform, new space, new demonstration, new highland. I think I will look at the dual access policy point of view to look at this financial aspects development and thinking about this area. Well, in the PowerPoint, you can look at the 4 new ideas put forth by the Vice Premier. Point number 1, to embrace fintech to encourage Macau to have innovation development, and to make Hengqin, Guangdong, Macau in-depth cooperation zone as the new platform for Macau's adequate diversification at catalyst. For the transformation of the industry, where we're working towards more smart intelligence, digital, and innovation. At present, our production link in compared with decades ago, if you look at the globalization trend, you could look at it through small and medium high end. In the past few years, you can see that for mainland China, they could see there are different trends in the small, medium, and high level of developing economies. And there is a trend that we're moving towards smart intelligence in terms of production. And for IT products, it has a long product cycle. It needs multi-trend of financing. However, in Macau, for our traditional financing method, there is a mismatch between, there is a gap between Macau's traditional financing compared with the current modern financing. So we need transformation in Macau. We need to look at, we use investment banks ideas to look at the traditional banking method. So we cannot use the old method of exporting products. but we need to look at it through product plus service method. So based on the situation, the Guangdong Macau Deep Corporation need to build a one-stop shop, a one-to-many, bond financing, equity financing, plus capital market kind of comprehensive financing service. With the internet development, we need to build online, digitalize, and scenario-based, intelligent-based, cross-border regional innovation and technology kind of investment and financing system. Second, my thought is to focus on the financing for the civilians, for the community. For Macau and Zhuhai, and Macau and Hengqin, there are more and more people who go across the border of these two zones for work and for living. So point 2 is to focus on the community's financing to build a quality living circle in the GBA. There are several strategies. First is to support electronic payment. Second is to focus on cross-border payments. For electronic payments, in the past 1 year, the global economy's trend towards digitalized development is more significant, especially after the outbreak of the pandemic. The online management or digitalized of the financial products, etc., has increased. Point 2, starting from last year up to this year, we have great support by the local monetary authority towards electronic payments with the electronic consumption coupon in Macau. In the year first half of 2021, the total transaction level amounted to 48 million, and which is an increase of 2.6 times compared with the same period last year. The turnover level is 4.4 billion yuan, which is twofold more than the same period last year. So if you look at this great increase, it shows that Macau's local electronic payment system has already been established a relatively more mature stage. Last year, Bank of China have already started this electronic payment platform, and more than 80% of the people of Macau has already used our smart banking, mobile banking. And in the year 2021, at the end of this year, we have more than 500,000 residents using our smart banking, mobile banking. So we've built a good foundation. If you look at the positioning in future, the positioning of the in-depth cooperation zone is to build a new home ground for Macau residents to live and to work. For the mobile banking, although we have not fully fledged its muscles, but we have already provided solutions for the people. For Macau residents, they could use their bank account and to use internet banking, mobile banking to be linked with the payment method in mainland China. The reason why we allow this to be done is we have several considerations. Let me move on to the next PPT. There are 5 convenience that we could provide. First is about the technology visibility. So we could have our system with the overall system be linked.
Secondly, to work out something that is in line with the Macau users' habits, and they can use those applications that commonly used in Macau, in Hengqin and Macau. And this is another way to promote electronic payment and to promote integration of Macau and Hengqin. And also, thirdly, risk control is something we must attach importance to. UnionPay and Wanglian are actually under financial are regulated on the mainland, so the risks are quite under control. And also, we need to further tap into the potential of the deep cooperation area of Hengqin. And fifthly, to help digitalization of RMB, so that digital renminbi will be expanded to Portuguese-speaking countries, and tourists, when they go to those countries, they will be able to use all sorts of electronic payment methods, and this is also going to be conducive to helping tourists go into these countries as tourists post-pandemic. And I think electronic payment is a very important way to help communication, to help culture and creative industry develop. Other than electronic payment, we're also looking at cross-border financial management, wealth management, and professional wealth management, cross-border management has been promoted. You might have already heard of it, and this nurtures the industry of wealth management, and it also expanded Macau's modern financial sector. The cross-border wealth management is going to be a part of the entire cross-border management, wealth management industry. And in 2021, the Macau SAR government stated in its government report in 2021 cross-border wealth management was stated as one of the opportunities that Macau must seize. And Macau and Hengqin can complement each other. Also, Macau and the Guangdong governments are providing convenience to financial institutions that are interested in setting foot in Hengqin Island. And together, we can build a wealth management platform where many players can provide services. Also, we must take opportunity of the R&D digitalization and to push forward the offshore R&D clearance business in Macau, and to strike a balance between opportunities and risk management. As you know, Macau is situated in a very strategic position, and it is positioned to bring together the international financial market and the Chinese financial market. And together, we can also innovate financial products in the deep cooperation zone. And thirdly, we must take full advantage of the opportunity brought by RMB's digitalization. In the old days, those financial products were only provided by Hong Kong's financial institutions. And I think in the future, in Macau, we must seize this opportunity. And RMB is on a rising trend in terms of value. And I think we can provide offshore RMB services to take advantage of the economic growth in China, especially in the GBA, Greater Bay Area. And we rolled out sovereignty fund and other financial products. And we also rolled out, as I said earlier, the cross-border wealth management product. And with the experience we gained from the cross-border wealth management project, we will be providing a range of diversified financial products to our customers. And we can together provide a number of innovative financial products to customers home and abroad. Cross-border wealth management is also providing a new option for tourists coming to Macau. And thirdly, cross-border finance can provide more channels for investment sources. In recent years, financial institutions set up their branches on the Belt and Road countries. for which Hong Kong and Macau were used as a gateway to these countries. Since 2012, Macau's financial sector helped over 60 projects, cross-border projects, especially M&A projects, amounting to a value of over 19 billion US dollars. We actually took part in the Ant Financial's financing and some financing projects in Russia. So this service provided by Macau financial sector is already very mature. And we also have a number of advantages that we can look into to work with the free trade zone in Hainan province. And in Macau, we have a very simple taxation system. And this is our advantage, and we should use that to work with our counterparts in the Hainan province, Hainan Island. And also in Macau, we have sufficient capital, and in Hengqin, they have innovation advantages. And together, we can provide new financial services. For example, cross-border financing, M&A, project loaning services, cash management, etc., etc. And together, we will unlock the potentials in Macau and Hengqin together. We believe that the deep cooperation zone will be further developed, and the advantages of Macau's financial sector will be more showcased in this cooperation, deep cooperation. And together, we will have a brighter financial future between Hengqin and Macau, with the support from the government, the academia, and the industry. And there will be new policies, new innovations, and new models, cooperation models, to bring this to a new height, as it were. And on this note, I would like to close my keynote speech, and I thank you for your participation. Thank you, Mr. Xi, for your speech. We have seen two keynote speeches covering topics such as the electronic payment, integration in Hengqian deep cooperation zone, and we also heard about new normal of Macau gaming economy. And I thank both speakers for their presentation. And I think all participants, if you're going to speech, I would advise to remove your mask first, so that we will listen to your speeches more clearly. And now we are having a short coffee break, and I'll see you all online here at 11:15. Thank you. See you.
We'll start our keynote, our panel discussion. We will conduct our panel discussion in English. If you would like to listen to Mandarin interpreting, please switch to Mandarin channel. 今天我们的嘉宾包括 Kendra Lee。
P. Zhao, COO, LT Game Limited, and our moderator, Mr. Andrew Scott, Vice Chairman and CEO of Inside Asian Gaming. Mr. Scott, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much and welcome everybody to this panel. We've got an absolutely excellent lineup for you today in Ken Jolly, Lloyd Robson, Michael Cheers and Betty Zhao. Just briefly about myself, I'm Vice Chairman and CEO of Inside Asian Gaming. We've been covering the Asian gaming industry for over 16 years. And let me now introduce our panelists to you, give you a little a minute or so on each of those. Ken Jolly, first of all. Ken is Vice President and Managing Director for Asia for Scientific Games, and he has global experience in the gaming industry spanning over 40 years. Ken, you don't look that old, making him one of the most recognisable industry figures. Ken's career covers gaming industry technical sales, fiscal control, senior management and BD in international markets. He's been GM in New Zealand, Vice President of Sales, Service and Marketing in the Americas. He was GM of Sales and Marketing for Europe and General Manager for Asia Pacific for a leading global publicly traded gaming supplier. Executive Vice President and General Manager of Australia, Asia, Europe and Africa for a Japanese gaming manufacturer. Ken's been in Macau for 17 years. Obviously, as we all know, Macau is the biggest gaming revenue market in the world, and he's currently VP and Managing Director of SG Gaming Asia, responsible for all of SG's activities in Asia. Thanks for being with us, Ken.
Thank you, Andrew, and good morning, everybody.
Next, we have Lloyd Robson from Aristocrat, and Lloyd joined Aristocrat in 2016. Already as an experienced gaming executive, he's participated in the gaming and hospitality industry for over 12 years, with 5 of those being in Asia. Lloyd's passionate about the development of the Asian gaming industry and currently leads the Asian operations based out of Macau for Aristocrat. He's a proud Macau resident, as am I, as is Ken, and is also a member of OzCham Macau. Lloyd has a proven track record of delivering strong customer-centric solutions while also driving continuous improvement across the businesses he leads. Lloyd's got a BCom from Macquarie University, same as me, Lloyd. I've also got a BCom, and an executive MBA from AGSM in New South Wales in Australia. So welcome, Lloyd.
Andrew, pleasure to be here.
Great. And next we have Michael Cheers from IGT. Michael's been with IGT for over 20 years. He's responsible for all commercial matters relating to IGT's Asian business across the region. His key focus is delivering an appropriate mix of IGT's product portfolio of games, systems and services to ensure the success of their customer businesses. He's got extensive experience across Asia Pacific. As I said before, more than 20 years in key sales roles across Australia and Singapore before moving to Macau as Asia Sales Director for IGT in 2018. He has been State Manager of South Australia and Northern Territory before transitioning to National Systems Sales Manager for Australia and New Zealand, where he was responsible for all the customer management and direction for IGT's system solutions in the ANZ region. Before moving to Macau, he was in Singapore overseeing IGT sales as a channel sales manager responsible for all IGT agents and distributors for all major accounts in Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Korea, and Vietnam. So Michael's also with us here in Macau and has been in Macau, as I said, since 2018, responsible for all of IGT Asia, its customers, and for growth and success of them while leading the IGT team. So thank you, Michael, for being with us.
Great to be here. Thanks, Andrew.
And Betty, you've been waiting very patiently there. Last but by no means least, we have a rose between all these thorns, Betty Zhao. And Betty is COO of LT Game, one of the leading gaming equipment and systems suppliers worldwide. LT Game specializes in developing casino automation and innovative technology that improve game efficiency and optimize operations. One of the core products is the patented LMG system, which has seen tremendous demand from Macau and overseas operators. They're very committed to R&D at LT Game, and they're a subsidiary of Paradise Entertainment, which is on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange under the ticker 1180. Betty is a qualified executive with over 10 years of experience managing level of gaming company operations. She's in charge of all the product sales, marketing, development, management initiatives for LT, and successfully leads the company from the very first machine installation, that was a while ago, Betty, in Macau, to its now booming business, which covers all 6 concessionaires in Macau and also expanding worldwide. Welcome, Betty.
Thank you, Andrew.
So having introduced everybody, what I'd like to now do is start off by just simply doing a very quick across the 4 of you and asking, when's your best guess, month and year, please, on when we will return to normal, whatever that normal is in our business recovery. Maybe we could do the same order that we did, and then we'll go and expand on that. So Ken, give us a month and year. When will we be back to normal?
Well, as in our thoughts, there'll be a build-up of growth again as visitation changes. We don't see back to normal until at least post-25, particularly on the electronic side of the industry.
Lloyd?
Yeah, Andrew, I'm not quite bold enough to put a month and a year on it, but my personal view is I think there's 3 kind of key stage gates to get through. One being the Beijing Winter Olympics in February, and then we move into the CCP Congress next November. And I do expect some momentum really rolling into CNY 23.
Okay, we've got 25 and 23. Michael?
Well, I'm going with the year of the rabbit, Andrew. I'm going with 23. I think we're going to hop into a lot more business in 23. So I would think Q1, Q2, 23, hopefully we'll be back to what is the new normal and a positive business environment.
Okay, and Betty?
So in terms of the good old times, and there's a government projection recently. So in 2025, maybe we have the tourist group numbers getting back to the good old times. So I think it's 2025, it will be like 40,000 million tourists a year. So there will be a good time.
Well, I think we've got our answer. 223s and 225s, we just average that and we get 24. So it's going to be 24. So there you go. You heard it first at MGS. So having now established that we're still a couple of years away, at least by the sounds of this panelist, let me ask an open question first. What will that normal look like? So Betty, you referred to the good old times. Obviously, we'll go back to how we were in the past to a certain extent, but some things from the pandemic may become permanent changes. What do you think will change as a result of the pandemic that will stick to now become so-called new normal? I hate to use that overused expression. Anybody on the panel like to have a go at that?
Yeah, I'll jump in, Andrew. Obviously, mass is where it's sort of heading. Obviously the restrictions on VIP at the top end and money transfer and the things that are happening with flows of money from China will hold back the top end or the VIP end of the market. So mass has already been growing. We've seen that. We believe that it'll continue to grow, particularly as different parts of the market open up. Obviously, hopefully a travel bubble with Hong Kong will open soon, and that will certainly add 15 to 20% to the mass market and to the GGR in Macau. And hopefully, as things do open up, we'll start to grow mass and also start to grow GGR.
Any other thoughts from the panel on what might stay and what might go back to how it was before?
I think, Andrew, if I can just add a bit, there's no doubt that I think that the electronic space continues to grow in our market. So that is both ETG and potentially the slot offering, while some of the floors may be redesigned as such to help cater for some sort of spacing and social distancing, the format of bank layouts, etc. I have no doubt that certainly the ETG product is going to grow, quality slot product's going to grow. And I think our customers have become more and more attuned to the electronic style of game offering. 5 to 7 years ago, it may not have been something they were familiar with, so they would go to what they were traditionally were familiar with in the table. But as the new offering, and as they're getting more exposed, I think that the electronic side of it and the other side of it from that, of course, is the process of entering the casino, the process of your loyalty card, etc. All that stuff becoming contactless experience, whereby the less points of contact we have throughout the property. So I think there are a couple of things that I see as what will be the new norm.
Yeah, Andrew, I wouldn't disagree with either of the guys before me. One thing that I think, I feel is going to happen is there's certainly going to be an enhanced player experience. I think what the casinos have been through the last couple of years, it really has been a battle for survival. So I think they've been schooled up and skilled up, really how to, fight for that small player pool that has been coming across the border. And I think they're more equipped than they've ever been, to provide experiences that maybe that mass player that hasn't come or hasn't been for a while won't be used to out of Macau. And, I think the operators, whilst they've been through a very difficult time the last couple of years, I think they're very well set up, as this kind of new normal and the players do come steaming across the border again to provide experiences that they're not used to, provide experiences that are enhanced to what they were before, and, ultimately create far more sticky and loyalty-based programs to keep the players coming back to their property and not one of the other 5 competitors.
That's an interesting point you make. Might dive a little deeper into that in a moment. But Betty, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, yes. So I think there's lots of changes in between the time is going and the players become more digitalized. Before, people like to cuddle together to gamble, and now because of COVID and also the technology improvement, everything is more digitalized. So you spend more time with your mobile phone and you get used to lots of contactless things, especially like the mobile pay, now the WeChat, everything is more digitalized. And the other thing is what I am also thinking is in the future, like people are social animals. So we need to get together, but the way we are going to get together will be a little bit different than before. Maybe in the pen of COVID, we have the conscious that we don't get too close and maybe keep a little bit distance than before. So all the electronic gamings will be definitely the new trend in the future.
Yeah, you raise a good point there. I know we here in Asia are still very much on terms of COVID and thinking about wearing masks and following everything. But in Europe and America, things have pretty much gone back to normal. And I know when we see pictures of a crowded nightclub or a crowded football stadium, it almost makes us jolt and go, "Oh, don't really like that." We've become used to being apart, as you mentioned. But let's move on to a couple of things that were raised just then. Contactless. You mentioned that, Michael, and also Betty. You mentioned more digitalised, and Lloyd, you mentioned enhanced player experience. So I'd like to dive down into those things a little bit. Contactless is the new rave. Everybody's talking about that in the electronic gaming industry or in the industry generally. Any comments on how you think contactless will actually manifest itself in the properties in a practical way, how it might roll out, and what jurisdictions maybe we might see more contactless initiatives first? Anybody like to have a go at that?
Well, Macau's a very, if you look at Asia, Macau's one of the most competitive markets. The concessionaires here are out to attract whatever customer they can at the borders and get them into their casinos. So obviously building those loyalty programs, I think Lloyd mentioned it, was going to be important. There'll be multiple levels of loyalty programs. And then, knowing that player and then being able to get them to their floor seamlessly, and that's going to depend obviously on governments for entry, as we get past the COVID situation, on entry onto the casino floor, how you look after that player, where they play in the particular casino, and going forward there. And then also, obviously, those loyalty systems will also tie into hopefully more technology things as we go forward, such as cashless as well, cashless environments, downloading credit from your phone, and technology will play more of our role, and looking after that customer from the casino operator point of view. And again, we talk a lot here about Macau, but again, it's going to also be competitive in other markets, in particular markets like Cambodia, Philippines, that attract some of the play from China as well.
I'm conscious of the fact that we've only got 14 more minutes for this panel, so I'll just go for one person for each issue, or one or two people, rather than doing around the grounds for each issue. You mentioned about rising technology, and I actually want to bring up the digital RMB concept, or digitalized money in general. When machines went from coins to Tito, it was a revolution in the electronic gaming industry. Absolutely changed the way players behaved and the way that products were sold too. Do you think that going to a digitized RMB or digital money in general will be an absolute game changer in that way as well? Who'd like to have a go at that?
Well, cashless is the talk of the industry globally. The trends, we're already seeing it coming into some casinos in other parts of the world. There's no doubt that will come to Asia as well, depending on governments and exactly what it is, whether it's a digital RMB or it's just straight cashless down from the phone, a wallet type approach.
I'm not sure.
How do you think? Sorry, go ahead, Lloyd.
I'm going to say, Andrew, I'm not sure about game changer. I think it just gives optionality. I mean, I'm sure regulators and governments around the region would like the advent of something like this from a traceability point of view, an AML point of view, and probably most importantly around responsible gaming, Andrew.
Right, so money becomes a lot more traceable and it becomes easier for operators to monitor what players are doing and player activity, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the key though to that ultimate success is acceptance by the player. So it has to be a format that has ease of access and is a positive experience for the player, because it's no good to create the scenario where it's cumbersome, etc. So I think that would be a key part of any of that overall packaging of the digital currency aspect.
What about changes in player behaviour as a result of the pandemic? As we recover, I mean, the title of this panel is Business Recovery. As we recover and come out of this, do you think there'll be change? I mean, I know, Michael, you mentioned about mask wearing to me once before. Do you, that sort of changes potentially ways players interact with each other and that sort of thing? What sort of changes in player behaviour do you think we'll see?
Well, I wonder how much of the psychological aspect the mask thing is, and then I wonder as to whether it starts to become a little bit more of a norm for players when they're in a populated or a closer environment. They may wish to choose to continue that behaviour simply to prevent things like the common cold. But I think that once things become voluntary rather than mandatory, water finds its own level and players find their own level and that become much more comfortable. And I have a feeling that once that mask situation becomes a voluntary choice and people feel that that's another step towards the freedom of the environment, that they're able to engage more and move around the casino more, a little bit more freely. I think that has a significant psychological aspect.
Just something there on that Michael mentioned earlier about the casino floor itself. But we really don't understand post-COVID really what gaming floor or restrictions are going to be about product closeness or product distancing. And as that becomes more evident, obviously people at the moment, you look around, take the Macau market at the moment, it's anything from 41 to 52% of floors got the electronic product turned off. So obviously, as floors get changed and rejigged and post-COVID, and we understand what health departments and governments want in the future, the casino floor is going to change dramatically the way it looks today. Now, that's also going to reflect, players in the past have liked that comfortability or that social being closeness. Now it's going to become a little bit more distant, and product layouts are going to be different. There'll probably be more pods rather than back-to-back banks and things like that, so that you can get all product on the floor turned on.
Andrew, I think an interesting kind of parallel, well, I don't know if it's quite a parallel, but if you think back to the aviation industry around 9/11 and what happened in the period post 9/11 to where travel got to today, of course, new innovation came in, but invariably kind of things largely went back to kind of the way it was. And I think there'll be a lot of temporary stuff, but also create those opportunities for those new experiences we kind of loosely touched on earlier.
I think that's an excellent. Sorry, Betty, go ahead. Sorry.
I think after we got a very high vaccination rate, and we finally gonna live with the COVID rate. So mask could be eventually something that will not be when we forget about the pen of COVID. And the infection rate is very low, and people maybe want to get rid of mask, and we can go back to what we used to be. So eventually, if the COVID is gone, and the mask will be gone. Until there's hope there's no new virus anymore.
Well, that's
everywhere.
Yeah, that's another point. I mean, the rate of these pandemics is increasing if you look long term over the last 100 years. So maybe organisations, governments, operators will be planning for them more, hopefully not, but coming more often and making those sort of contingency plans. I thought that was an excellent analogy, Lloyd, about the aviation industry. It really puts things into context, because now we're 20 years past 9/11, pretty much has gone back to normal. I mean, you have to take your shoes off in the US, but that's pretty much we have gone back to normal. So, and maybe that's true. I'd like to ask the panel generally, what steps need to occur for us to get full or nearly full recovery? So at the moment, there are some obvious things that are blocking full recovery: border restrictions, vaccination requirements, that sort of thing. But generally speaking, are there one or two or three things that need to happen that, okay, once those things happen, that's the trigger, we know, right, we're really getting to recovery now? Are there any takeaways that the audience can say, right, these are the things we have to keep our eye open for?
Vaccination rate, definitely. So we are having 70 and maybe 80 we can have tourist group, and maybe 90 something maybe we can accept slowly, like conditionally have overseas visitors. Then that will be fantastic. But I know it will not happening very soon, but I do believe that with higher vaccination rate, it will change everything.
And confidence of people to travel and know that they're not going to get trapped or caught, like they're coming from China, not going to get caught in Macau, or vice versa, can't get back to China, or wherever they're coming from. And again, as I mentioned earlier, getting that Hong Kong market, some sort of travel bubble between here and Hong Kong open, which adds quite a significant number initially, quite quickly, I believe.
I think one of the previous speakers for MGS today had a slide about the growth of domestic tourism in mainland China and how the numbers had grown there. And I think that, following on from Ken's point, that's exactly what's happened, is people at least felt safe in planning to go to a domestic tourist environment because they felt that there was still going to be some consistency of policy and they weren't going to be trapped. So I think the consistent environment for people to travel into Macau with some certainty that if they budget 3 months out or they plan it over a golden weekend or whatever, that they're going to be able to come and they're going to be able to go back safely. I think that would be a key part. And that is obviously in a challenging environment COVID presents a challenge for government, but I know that they're obviously ultimately working towards finding those solutions. And I hope that through 22 we see more.
I'm conscious of the fact we've only got 4 minutes left. I want to try and squeeze 2 things into that 4 minutes. Lloyd, you briefly mentioned before about enhancing player experience. What could you dive down a little into that? What sort of things do you think we might see post-COVID rather than pre-COVID just to build that experience up for players?
Look, I think it's largely going to be technologically driven, Andrew. You know, that use of digitization, not necessarily in Macau from a gaming transaction point of view, but as an enabler to shuffle people across the border, shuffle them into the hotel room, move them around the property in an efficient manner and in a contactless manner as well from a safety and a confidence point of view. I expect that's where we'll see the most innovation and enhancement compared to a couple of years ago.
All right, well, one more thing I want to ask. I mean, all 4 of you are multi-jurisdictional people. All your businesses do business in multiple jurisdictions. Any differences that you want to mention between, say, Macau and the Philippines, obviously a big growth market for electronic gaming, or indeed other jurisdictions across Asia and even around the world? Any differences there?
Well, recovery in each market is going to be at a different speed, and that's obviously going to be about the government and opening the borders. I mean, also we're already seeing some travel coming in now of the Philippines. So, and there's obviously a bit of activity over there in a couple of different geographical regions in the country that are showing very positive signs. For instance, Clark, the numbers coming out of the Clark casinos at the moment is very strong. So yeah, right across Asia, you're right, we deal in different countries. Cambodia, for instance, whilst Naga's open, some of the borders into Thailand and that are still blocked. So yeah, it's going to be opening up time.
Andrew, I think one interesting thing to consider, given what we'd heard in earlier presentations, is, I think it's safe to say for at least a couple of years, the movement of the Chinese consumer beyond Macau is going to be quite challenged. So, the markets Ken mentioned, I reckon the operators are going to really be fighting for that Korean tourism dollar. We know they're a big part of Vietnam and Philippines particularly, but I think they take on an even more important role, 22 out to 24, in the absence of getting the cream that comes from that higher end Chinese consumer.
I think just add one more. What is the concept that we've seen come out of Singapore, and I understand it's probably going to happen in a number of other countries across Asia, of the vaccinated travel lanes, Andrew. I think that's a good thing, where regions are recognised for their ability to get their population well vaccinated. They have good, clear documentation and allowed to travel into that jurisdiction without the obviously requirement for the quick COVID test, to 24, 48 hours prior. But other than that, if you get there and you're all good, you can just go about your normal business. So I think a combination of those factors would be critical as far as what we see as the future.
Very good. I wish we had time for more. We've got just a little under a minute left. So first of all, I'd just like to say to the audience, I mean, we could easily continue on for another half an hour, but of course we won't. But a couple of things we didn't have time to touch on was VIP versus mass and the changes that might make, and the positives towards electronic gaming that might be, the issuing of e-visas in China for Macau, and I'm sure there are a number of other issues we could have talked about had we had time, but we don't, and I'm a stickler for keeping on time. I know there's a big panel coming immediately after us. So Ken Jolly, Lloyd Robson, Michael Cheers and Betty Tao, thank you very much for being in this panel, and to everybody in the audience watching, thanks for your attention, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, and all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed our next panel discussion in Chinese. For the English audience in Zoom, you may switch to the English translation channel. 接下来我们将会以普通话进行下一个专题的讨论。
Now we are moving on to our next panel discussion on the topic of business recovery of Macau gaming and tourism from
主题是澳门娱乐与旅游业复苏的国际讨论。那有请我们的嘉宾。
Shall we invite our guest speakers?
威尼斯人澳门股份有限公司企业传讯及社会事务部副总裁沈仲年先生。 美钢梅中国控股有限公司总裁、首席战略及财务官冯晓峰先生。 永利澳门及永利皇宫研究及策略规划助理副总裁倪梦正博士。
And Dr. Jason Ni,
新濠果亚娱乐有限公司高级副总裁、新濠风及摩卡总经理卢敬恒先生。 银河娱乐集团公共关系高级副总裁林志成先生。 澳娱综合度假股份有限公司首席营运总监、财务及发展卓和福先生。 同时有请主持人澳门大学博彩研究所所长、工商管理学院综合度假村及旅游管理系教授冯家超博士主持会议。那现在的时间交给冯博士。
University of Macau, Dr. Davis Feng. Thank you very much. Good morning. It is very good chance today. Although it's amidst COVID-19, it has changed our way of communicating in Macau. It's a very small place. We meet each other more than we make telephone calls. Well, in this small place that we use online meeting to discuss, it is not easy. It has hampered our communication. Today's topic is very difficult topic for discussion. Although we have undergone COVID for nearly 2 years, our recovery is not as fast as expected. That we are to have online discussions, and it's very meaningful to have this online discussion on this recovery. We hope that we could go through in the past 1.5 years to have undergo the walking out of the pandemic, and our MC has already introduced all of you in a very detailed way, and if you don't mind, I will keep your titles short and simple. And if any one of you would like to respond to any of the questions, please give me a hint. Well, for this panel discussion, there will be 3 parts. First, would like to address the way that we have overcome, or we have been tackling the industrial low period. And second, there are situations where you need to exert support. And third is to look at the future, the way that Macau, and how could Macau work together industrially among the industries towards the tourism industry. On one hand, we need to open explore resources. Although we're still in the deep valley, a low part of the recovery, I'd like to ask, in terms of the capital of the company, is there any good experiences that you could share with us? I understand that now I would like to first of all invite Mr. Kenneth Feng to share with us your opinions. Thank you very much, Dr. Feng. As you may know that in the past 2 years, we have been paying attention to the development of the pandemic, and we understand there are border restrictions, and for tourist number, we have dropped from 100,000 per day to around 20,000 or 30,000 per day. We have echoed with the government slogan saying we try to keep our team intact in terms of human resources costing, and also looking at HR as a very valuable asset of our company's future. However, we have still adopted a number of methods to control the cost. For example, we encourage our employees to voluntarily have day off to enable them to pursue their life goals. Compared with the situation before the pandemic outbreak, they may not have time for pursuing their life goals. They may not have time with the family. So this method is quite effective. It has helped efficiently control HR costs. Second, in terms of procurement, we look at our order level. We adjusted our order level, procurement level. Third, about shuttle bus, as you may know, that the frequency of the shuttle bus, we have adjusted the frequency. And for our brand marketing, our expenditure on advertisements, we have reflected the changes that we have been adopting. All these measures are just some of the measures we have adopted. But overall speaking, we look at the well-being and also the morale of our HR to ensure that we are keep a good morale level in order to be able to respond to any new situation in the coming days. Thank you very much, Kenneth. Well, this is quite a difficult problem to tackle. On one hand is to control the cost. On the other hand, for your employees, you need to keep the morale of the employees. It is also very important. Let me switch to another question. If you look at the entire industry, there's about 100,000 employees. And even before the pandemic, we have more than 100,000 employees. But if you look at the tourist levels, just 30% of that of the highest point. For the government, they have been paying much attention to this. They look at the overall development of the industry. On the other hand, they now focus on more settled livelihood and livability of the city as the focus. I'd like to understand from each one of you that our industry is in intensive industry, labor intensive industry. How could we ensure our HR level could face the next 2 years? I know you're very experienced veteran manager in different companies. How and what are the ways that you can ensure the employment? Thank you very much. Well, actually, yes, the gross income and also the current situation is important to the country. Our company, we have lost 2.7 billion in the first 9 months. It's not easy to ensure employment. But actually, 90% of the people we employ are local people. And we are among the concessionaires, one of the concessionaires who employ the most local people. We have done quite a lot of similar measures, which is to ensure employment. We try to encourage them to have some day off, and when they are not busy, they try to spend more time with the family. In terms of the management, we encourage them to have no payoffs, etc. And so happened that we have a new premise open, and we have employed 1,500 people more. We have 600 more people employed in our new premise. We hope that step by step we could solve this HR problem, and that if we could solve the problem is because of the cooperation of all the levels of our company, of SJM. We could see that in the past 1 year, the measures we have undertaken has been well supported by the employees. Well, it seems that on one hand you think the cost, controlling the cost is important. On the other hand, not only your concessionaire has not closed down, but instead you are increasing your investment. Although there are tourists or people who cannot come to Macau, and today when I walk across the different premises of the concessionaires in the Cotai Strip, there are also people investing more and constructing more in the Cotai Strip. There are several IR. They are continuing their investment in the property. So can you tell us the reason why? Thank you very much. In terms of long-term investment, or as what Benjamin has been saying, first of all, our views on Macau and also the industrial development, we are positive. In terms of medium and long term, we'll continue to increase our investment. We continue to be involved in more international level projects. 2 days ago, our chairman has announced that the Studio City Phase 2 has already been invested 1.3 billion yuan. On one hand, we will be investing in more hotels. Apart from looking at Macau's strategy, if you look at national levels policy, they have policy on in-depth cooperation zone in Hengqin and Macau. For Melco, at the same time, we have already made some moves to go out of GBA, to go into the GBA. We hope that we could have mutual usage, and there are skills involved in allocating the resources. We hope that we could have resources brought into the GBA, and there are situations where we have investment from the bridge end to the border end. We may have a theme park there, and of course our core development is still in Macau.
Thank you for your sharing, Mr. Low. I think cost control is important, and you've been doing quite well in terms of cost control. And next question is for Mr. Lam. And I have been seeing your construction sites, which are changing on a daily basis. So why is that during this very difficult time, GEG is still investing heavily? Thank you, Professor Fong. As Raymond said rightly, we have confidence in Macau's mid and long-term future and development. And in fact, our company completed phase 1 and phase 2 projects, and now we're working on phase 3 and phase 4 projects. And there will be an arena, and there will be a new hotel. And I'm sure you have seen reports in the news media on this development. Once again, we have full confidence in Macau's mid and long-term future. And last week, if I'm not mistaken, Macau SAR rolled out the master plan for the tourism industry. It is anticipated the tourist invitation is anticipated to become 40 million visitations per year. And I think once the COVID-19 pandemic is under control or is over, we will be seeing visitation on the 2019 level in no time. And I think it's going to be over, and we need to be prepared for the recovery. And meantime, we should work on improving self-improvement as practitioners in this industry. And also, the development of the Greater Bay Area is very important to Macau. In this region, there will be competitions between cities, for example, Guangzhou or Hong Kong. And they have been rolling out a number of large-scale tourism projects in recent time. So we need to be prepared to face these competitions. And we need to prepare us in this downtime, as it were, to further compete against our competitors. Yes, you're quite right. Investment in future is important. And I think it's important for all of us here. And my next question is for Mr. Fong again of MGM. What's your take on this? Thank you, Professor Fong. Amongst the all the operators, we're the smallest one in terms of scale. We have only 2 properties. So we're quite limited in terms of resources. And we try to focus on our core business. And that's dependent on investment. And again, we're also confident in the future of China. The Macau's gaming revenue is a percentage of China's GDP. And now at the peak, we enjoyed around 40 million USD per year. And as China further develops, we will enjoy prosperity. I have confidence in that. We feel that the pandemic is going to be over, and we can already feel that this year we're doing better than last year. And as long as we have sound financial finance, and we can continue investment. And we also look at relevant industry sectors in the Greater Bay Area to seek guidance from them, to seek cooperation with them. And as you can see in the Taipa, MGN Taipa, it looks like a jewelry box or jewelry boxes. Last August, we expanded our retailing floor area. And we built something called Emerald Villas. So this completes the product line of MGM, providing a stratified product line. And we also have won 2 international recognitions. So we've been preparing us for the post-pandemic era. And we've been doing that in restaurants as well. We're introducing new concepts to our high-end restaurants. We also invest in our human resources to maintain high morale and high competitiveness amongst our staff. And this is also a preparation for the post-pandemic future. Again, we're small, relatively speaking. We've got about 10,000 staff. So we try to focus ourselves, we try to invest in ourselves to be prepared for the future, to be ready for the next stage of Macau's economy development. Well, this same question for Sam. Mr. Sam, what's your take on the investment and the investment for future? Well, first of all, I would like to share with you, Professor Fong. Today, Dr. Wilfred Wong is engaged in important, urgent, important business meeting. So I was only assigned to take part today. So let me apologize. So we have interpretations. Well, first of all, thank you, Professor Fong. I think it's important to promote non-gaming elements in this sector. Our group or Macau as a whole have the consensus on this. And pandemic had really wreaked havoc on Macau's economy, especially the gaming sector. And I think it's high time for us to invest. We invested 15 billion Macau patakas in the Londoner project, as you mentioned earlier, Professor Fong. And we have been receiving a lot of tourists coming to the Londoner project, Londoner hotel, and we can see there's has been a high enthusiasm from the fans from the mainland and abroad to come to the Londoner hotel. And since the start of the project, well, since the start of our presence in Macau, we have been investing in current projects and future products. We have accumulatively invested over 200 billion Macau Patatas in Macau. And we are confident in the future of Macau, and we're also trying to create a safe destination in Macau. And we're preparing ourselves to reopen the border and to receive tourists from all over the world. The Londoner is very significant for the group. The project is a consolidation of the resources of the group. The Londoner project is situated in the Cotai Strip, in the Sands Cotai Central, and it is a brand new complex that has been converted from the existing properties. And as we know, there's been a sharp drop in terms of incoming tourists. And this actually provides a good opportunity for the transformation project, the conversion project. We were converting those hotels in Cotai Central to the Londoner project, and we were concerned that the conversion project will make it inconvenient for tourists coming to Cotai Central. So now this is a great opportunity for us to carry out this conversion project due to the pandemic. And it is also because we have full confidence in Macau's economy, in Macau's gaming economy, especially. And we believe Macau is undergoing economic transformation. That's for sure. Gaming industry is not going to be the sole pillar of the Macau economy. That's going to change for certain. And we are taking measures to meet new expectations. Investment is one of them, one of the measures. Thank you. Since you mentioned this, I have another question for you. There have been many changes due to the pandemic, and the consumers' habit will be changed as well, are being changed. And as we can see from the new statistics, the quarterly revenue has already been back to the pre-pandemic level, especially in the retailing sector. And what's your take on the different recovery rates across sectors? Well, the gaming sector has been affected most heavily by the pandemic, as the group of consumers that frequented our properties were highly affected by the pandemic. And we noticed that retailing has been recovering quite rapidly in Macau. And we also noticed the trend where young consumers, they have a very strong buying power. So they're not just young, but they are quite strong buying power. They used to travel around the world for shopping, but now they focus on coming to Macau to shop.
You can see that Macau is a spot for the internet star to come to Macau, and very often the travelers when come to Macau, they will take photo shots in Macau. The photos uploaded to the internet has successfully launched our landmark of Macau to the world, and this will bring along more travelers to Macau. I think for the IR integrated resource facility is following the trend to be able to meet the need of the consumer. I think the overall speaking, this is a trend for the tourism industry development of Macau. As I said just now, as we are supported by the gaming industry, that we could have a diversified development of our tourism industry. For mainland travelers, their preference in traveling has changed to a certain extent, and our IR is more and more sought after by these travelers, especially the young and high spending travelers. So this is a chance for us. We should continuously to launch different products to optimize the traveling experience. And in Macau, for our IR, to let them have one-stop tourism experience at our IRs. And as we have very good infrastructure in Macau to cope with the tourism industry, we are to welcome travelers from local and afar, especially the young travelers in from mainland China, which is a huge market, to allow them to come to Macau to enjoy this really representative tourism experience. I think my moderation is not that good. I'm not very good at timekeeping. I understand that Buddy Lam need to be excused Livingston because of his public duty, and I'd like to move forward to the other question. As the government has encouraged the big companies bring along the small companies, I'd like to invite Buddy Lam to respond to this question. So how do your company respond to this public policy of the big brothers bring the small brothers to encourage local SMEs? Well, for the break brings small, as you understand, for Macau SMEs is important to Macau's economy. So as a responsible gaming concessionaire, we have always wanted to work together with the SMEs locally. And before the pandemic, we have a project which is to encourage some reputable local brands to work with them together to offer some privilege in terms of the rental lease or in terms of management. We hope that through this kind of collaboration, we could have a succession support to the SMEs local. For the collaboration amount, we have reached to our targeted amount, nearly to the 90% of the targeted amount we offer. So in terms of understanding and communicating with the SMEs, our company would communicate with them about our requirement in terms of product, in terms of the procedures, and very often we have more time now during the pandemic to spend time on this communication work because our employees, most of them are staying in Macau and they have this extra time. So we could have extra energy to answer to the question of the SMEs, and with this chance, they could do some value-added work on their own, and we have online and also face-to-face communication with them. At present, we have been working with Bank of China to look at a social responsibility bond to be launched with one of Bank of China. It is focused on the SMEs, and we have carnivals, free carnivals to invite SMEs to have stalls. We see that there is a business opportunity there. As different speakers have already mentioned, that we all hope the pandemic to come to an end very soon. We hope that through this opportunity, whether on our part or on the side of SME, we hope that the collaboration will be more. Thank you very much, Betty. For SMEs support, it is a big and wide problem. A question, first of all, from our Malco. We believe win-win and collaboration. And during the pandemic, we have more precision work done. We need to understand thoroughly what is the need of the SMEs. For example, for the SMEs, during the pandemic, their business may be more mobile and there may be some loss in business. So when we work with the SMEs, there are specific companies, if they we may have a service offered to them to release the pressure. So because when the SMEs, if they're less pressurized, then they may be a help for them. For some companies which are newer, there may be some micro businesses, and we have measures to help them. For example, the International Youth Corporation in Macau, we have collaboration with them. We have picked some new startups to have seminars with them, and even we could have a one-on-one collaboration. We have our team to work with the team to allow them to see that we could be one of their potential clients, and as a client ourselves, they could understand what are the needs. So this could this is the resources we have offered. And for retail SMEs, on top of the suppliers we've mentioned previously, the work with the SMEs is mainly about suppliers, but now for the retailers, in our employees session, in our beverage session, we have launched 5 seminars to invite 100 retailers to our hub of house. This is a win-win situation because on one hand, it allowed the retailers come to our staff, and our staff member could do procurement under a controlled environment. And this has been launched in 2021. From January up to now, we have turnover about 8 million more. So we use this kind of more precise method to offer support. Thank you very much, Raymond. Your very precise method of support, we appreciate it. I would like to ask Wayne a question. Can you share with us your ideas? First of all, I thank you for this opportunity. For SMEs in Macau, the collaboration of these local SMEs with a large company like us. Your question is about our views on the big brothers bringing the small. I think this period, the SMEs were aware that they need to transform. This is for sure. But how to realize this, the break brings small, bring along the small. For the SMEs, of course, they wish that they could do business with the big companies. However, for these SMEs, the more they need is how to continuously have the ability to collaborate with the large corporations. So for our collaboration with the SMEs, we have often more time in communication with them, and we let them understand that how to upkeep the ability of the SMEs in order to collaborate in a continuous way with the large corporation. And for real terms, practical terms, in the year 2020, we have a Aloha Week launched. Well, before the pandemic, there are people who like to do cultural tourism or cultural and creative industry. However, these creative industry people has become a community. So what we've done is just to offer them an opportunity to showcase their creativity. And for the creativity practitioners, they could have an exchange in a communal way, and how to have the product quality more fitting to the requirement of the large corporations. And in terms of e-commerce, we are looking at how to help the SMEs to upkeep the ability to meet with e-commerce. And we have more than 100 SMEs that we have go to that spot to have a look. And more than 70% of them would like to explore the possibility in terms of e-commerce or online transaction. So to this end, we help them to be able to be involved in e-commerce. This is also one of our ways of precisely helping them. Well, last of all, if the pandemic is to stay, so could we continue to invest in Macau? Our response is positive. We are confident. We hope to continue to invest. But looking at this policy of the big helps the small, it's already itself by itself an investment in the future. Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize because of my poor timekeeping. Would you please give me an extra 15 minutes? Is it possible? Could we have an extended period for 15 minutes more? Could we? Yes? Or? Oh, thank you very much, because this is very precious opportunity that we could get together. Another question is also a very important question. After the severe impact of the pandemic, could we recover up to the level where we could freely travel, freely move around? As you understand that for the different countries, they have already different analysis. Well, first of all, I'm not a pandemic expert. I could only look at it from my financial point of view. If you look at Singapore's data, we may find a glimpse of answers. The rate of vaccination in Singapore is about 80%. For age 60 is up to a coverage of 90%. And if you look at this 80% of jab rate,
98.7% of the patients, COVID-19 patients, were patients with very mild symptoms. And if we look at these severe cases, most of which came from those who didn't receive a vaccination and from a large older age group. So if we take Singapore as an example, I think the vaccination rate must reach at least 80% before we can open the borders. In Singapore, for those over 65, the vaccination rate is nearly 100%. And the mortality rate is similar to that of flu. So I think if we look at Macau, I think the vaccination rate is still low, and many residents are not willing to get vaccinated. So international travels for Macau residents next year, I don't think it's going to happen. Like it's not likely to happen. So I'm cautiously optimistic. If we look at the analysts' prediction, we will probably open our borders with Hong Kong in March next year. And online applications will be put in place in terms of the people exchanges between Hong Kong and Macau. And it will reach 60% of the pre-pandemic number in terms of the players in casinos. And I think the oral vaccination is going to help the pandemic, the vaccination rate. Well, it's a very good analysis, Ben. And I think if we look at vaccination rates across operators, Wind's got 92%, GEG 92, MGM 94, Melco 95%, 92, MJM 90%. So these are quite high numbers of vaccination rates. And in Macau, the civil servants have the highest vaccination rates. And I think we need to reach at least 85% of vaccination rate. And how do you think we can make that happen? We should encourage our personnel to get vaccinated. And it is not only an issue for operators, it's also an issue for Macau SAR as a whole. As our CE pointed rightly, we need high vaccination rates to recover the economy. When during the vaccination process, we saw that some of our staff were reluctant in getting vaccination, and they didn't understand why they needed to do that. And we carried out a number of measures, one of which is the collaboration with the Health Bureau of Macau, where doctors came to our properties to hold seminars to senior management personnel in the company. And many of my colleagues have been to these seminars, after which they started considering vaccination. And they were also allowed to ask questions freely at those seminars. So after those seminars, management in the company told me that they understood why there's a need to be vaccinated, what are the pros and cons, and many of them decided to get vaccinated immediately. And other operators, I think they all did similar things, as I mentioned. And also we carried out designated vaccination sessions for our personnel, which makes easier for our staff to be vaccinated because they have different shifts. It is more difficult for them to get vaccinated at health centers. And we provided shuttle buses for our Altera employees to come to the vaccination sessions. And these vaccinated personnel had their time off, and they were also supported financially. And this is one of the measures we took. Very good indeed. This is a good incentive, and I think we should all learn from them. This is a good way for us to increase the vaccination rate, and very soon we'll be getting the booster injection very soon, and I think this is a good way to promote that. Now, let's look at the next question. Well, first of all, the CE said rightly, we need to improve our vaccination rate to 85%. But other than vaccination rate, what's your opinion on how to speed up the recovery of the sector or the business as a whole in Macau? Mr. Fong, any ideas? Well, for sure, vaccination rate is the core. At the very least, we need to match the vaccination rate on the mainland. As Ben said, right, perhaps we'll be opening our borders with Hong Kong in March next year. And from mainland's perspective, Hong Kong and Macau are together always. So once we open the border with Hong Kong, we need to be prepared. Well, hopefully, Hong Kong will open its borders with mainland in March. I think at this point, we need to heavily advertise in Hong Kong to attract more Hong Kong customers to Macau. I think that's a very first step, and that's a sign that's going to be significant to all Chinese in the greater China. Once the borders are open, Hong Kong people are freely coming to Macau, that will have a significant impact in terms of mentality of all Chinese, especially those on the mainland. And those will come. They will come. In MGS, in Sanya, Hainan province, we have a MGM Sanya hotel. they have reached record revenues this year in MGM Sanya in Hainan province. So my feeling is that Hong Kong, borders with Hong Kong are the key. Opening those borders will be the key to the opening up to the recovery of Macau's gaming industry and the economy as a whole. And I hope we will be reaching the 85% vaccination rate very soon. And also the 6 operators. Well, is my time up? I think all 6 operators should advertise together to showcase, to promote Macau's image as a city, especially on CCTV, on the Central China television, and local stations as well, and to find certain influencers or key people in on the mainland to promote Macau. And this, I think this will help as well. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fong. And also, Mr. Ni, you were a professor as well. What's your take on this? Well, thank you. As many of you mentioned, that the demands have been repressed. And once the borders are open, the demands will come back for sure. And our task is how to speed up this process. So the key is public health considerations. Public health. You open borders with whom? That's something you need to work out between the two sides and to synchronize as well. So once the conditions are right, we should do that. Let me give you some examples. We should use high-tech means to promote Macau on the mainland so that they find, well, we can use virtual reality to promote Macau so that they can feel Macau even without coming to Macau. And also, we need to talk about the travel plus idea, the idea of travel plus, tourism plus. So cultural and creative industry, MICE, they're all within this plus sign. And why do we need tourism plus? And there are 2 reasons. For those who didn't know Macau well, they will know Macau better. And for those who already knew Macau, they will have a new understanding of Macau. This is the process of tourism plus. And I think that's something we should do. Thank you. Well, very, very good idea. And I think together with the Macau SAR government, we should together promote Macau, as you put rightly. Now, let's look at the deep cooperation zone, Henqin. And the focal points of the cooperation zone are culture and creative industry, MICE, sports, leisure, tourism, and etc. And I think my question now for you is, are there any a synergy that we can create together in the deep cooperation zone in Henqin? And what do you think Macau government can do to promote that, to make that happen? And what's your idea? Well, thank you. This is your last question, I suppose. The name of this deep cooperation zone is Hengqin Macau Deep Cooperation Zone. The idea was to integrate Macau and Hengqin. And Macau is also in the process of being integrated into the GBA, the Greater Bay Area. Not only do we need cooperation, but we also need a deep cooperation. That's the key word here.
In the past 20 years, this kind of pilot zone, this time is considered to be the biggest one of its kind. So we're expecting synergy. Looking at the cooperation should be two ways, which could offer mainland China's offer of collaboration with us. In the past years, mainland China has offered us a lot of consumers, travelers, and what Macau could offer is our international experience, how we receive the mainland tourists. So with the past capability, we can offer to the GBA and also other countries where they would like to enter into the IR industry, we could offer them industrial experience. So this is very practical. It's not only remain on the idea stage. We have used some simple methods to have interactions between Hengqin and Macau. And last year we have done that, and this year we can continue to do that, which is Guangdong and Macau Food Festival. Food Festival is a platform, is a simple way that we could share our experience with Hengqin to showcase our experience. With likewise, we could also think of the two places plus that we could have a link between Hengqin and Macau, that our industrial practitioners could have a common platform that we could work together in the UMAC, that we could have more and more opportunity to explore together. Thank you very much. This is our last question. I'd like to ask any one of our guest speakers, our panelists, would like to respond to this last question of our session. What are your views about this in-depth cooperation soon? This would be the very important base for our future development for our industrial practitioners and also other economic entities. We hope that we could have a faster building of this zone. So any one of you, the panelists, would like to talk more on this cooperation zone, please. If there's no more additions, then I would say once again, thank you all, including Billy Lam, for your participation, and I apologize again for my own for the poor timekeeping, and we have this extra minutes. We hope that in the year 2025, that at that time we could recover to the level before the pandemic. Or and for me, I'm a very positive person. I think the 40 million tourists is not yet the climax. I may have done a lot of wrong things, but for one thing for sure, not wrong is in the future 10 years, when we look back at the pandemic now, the pandemic is nothing important. I hope that we could meet again very soon, and together we can have a more discussions. Thank you very much. Over to the MC, please. Thank you very much for moderator, Dr. Feng. Very interesting session. This comes to our lunchtime, and this afternoon we'll continue to have a keynote speech and also a video presentation. Again, we'll come back at 2 o'clock. See you again at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon, everyone. Our meeting will continue, resume at 2 o'clock. We'll start in time. Welcome to the back 2021 MGS Summit. Before we start, let me introduce to you about the interactive platforms this afternoon. Our meeting have simultaneous interpreting. You can click on the right bottom corner or bottom end on the channel that you would like to listen, either English or Chinese. If the main speaker or VIP participant would like to ask questions, you can use the tool bars to raise questions. And for speakers, you can take your time to give response. We would like to start with our keynote speech this afternoon. Our first keynote speaker will be speaking in English. If you'd like to choose your channel, please pick a channel right now.
Macau. So we will now proceed to the afternoon section. May I invite Mr. Glenn Light, partner of Lewis Rocker Gaming Industry Group, to deliver his keynote speech on sports betting in the US.
Good morning, good afternoon. Just share my screen. Okay, there we go. So good afternoon or good evening or good morning, depending upon where you are viewing this conference from. Thank you very much for having me today. It is a great honor to be here. And my name is Glenn Light. I am a partner and shareholder at the law firm Lewis Roker. And we are a US-based law firm with offices across the country. Specifically, I am a partner in our gaming practice group, where we specialize in commercial and Indian or tribal gaming. We represent all of the stakeholders from casinos to manufacturers to service providers and to sports betting operators. And that is going to be the topic of my discussion today, specifically providing an overview of sports betting in the United States. It is an exciting time. There's been a lot of progress in the last few years. And so today we are going to go through that progress. Just see if I can try to share my screen. Okay, so what are we going to talk about? First of all, I will begin with an overview of the US legal system. Then I will provide a brief history of sports betting in the United States. We will discuss the rise and the fall of the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act, or PASPA, as it was known. We will discuss the current state of the sports betting market, state versus federal regulation, licensing structures, and the remaining federal limitations, specifically the Federal Wire Act. We will discuss the benefits of legalized sports wagering and why the United States has chosen to embrace sports wagering. We will look at the current numbers of the industry. And last but not least, we will conclude with some final remarks. So a brief overview of the US legal system. The United States operates under a dual sovereign system of both federal and state governance. So under this framework, the United States Constitution and the federal law are the supreme law of the land and thus circumscribe the laws in the 50 United States. However, the federal government has not traditionally played a major role in the regulation of gaming. Instead, gaming regulation has been viewed as most appropriate for the state and local jurisdictions, with enforcement mainly left to the individual states. That is, with the notable exception of the Federal Wire Act, federal laws that govern gambling were designed to help individual states enforce their laws. So operators who come to the US, they must look at state gaming laws to assess their legality. So a brief history of sports betting in the US. Historically, and that's important, historically, professional sports leagues and teams distance themselves from sports wagering. Most professional sports leagues adopted stringent rules regarding gambling, and these included bans on wagering by players, team personnel, and owners, prohibitions on dual ownership of sports teams and legal gambling operations, restricting professional teams from advertising or associating with legal gaming operations. And the reason for this was that the leagues and the teams were concerned that the proliferation of sports wagering may harm the integrity of sports through the fixing of games, and also the perception of fans and whether or not the integrity had been jeopardized. So let's provide an example. Let's say that a player missed an easy scoring opportunity at the end of the game, but that did not affect the outcome of the game. So Manchester United are winning 3-0 against Chelsea. Ronaldo, on the 90th minute, has a scoring opportunity, which he would normally score, but he misses. While that may not impact the outcome of the game because Manchester United were winning 3-0, it could still impact who won certain wagers, for instance, the point spread. And so a natural thought might be, well, what was the motivation of the player? Did he miss out to impact a wager? And that's precisely what the teams and the leagues wanted to prevent. They didn't want any question about the integrity. And so they fought against the legalization of sports wagering. But even with these rules, professional sports teams faced another challenge. And that was that state governments had begun to tie their lottery products with professional sports. So in the 1970s, Nevada, which is the state where I reside in Las Vegas, Nevada was the only state with legal sports betting. Then in the mid-1970s, some states began tying their lottery systems to professional sports. So in 1976, Delaware introduced a scoreboard lottery, which was essentially a 3-game National Football League parlay bet. Then in the 1980s, Oregon and Montana legalized similar sports-related lotteries. So as you can see from the map on the right of the screen, in the 1970s and 80s, there was very few states that legalized gaming. In fact, there was only 4. But at that time, 13 other states had started to consider legalizing some form of sports betting. So that caused the sports leagues to push for a federal act called the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act, otherwise known as PASPA. And so PASPA made it illegal in 1992 under federal law for states where sports betting at that time was not allowed to legalize sports betting. So in other words, if you hadn't already legalized sports betting, you couldn't do so in the future. So the intent of PASPA was to stop the spread of sports betting. Now, there were some exceptions to this. The first was parimutuel animal racing and high alley. So effectively, horse racing. Horse racing has had a long and rich history in the United States. There are race courses throughout the country. It's ingrained in the culture. And so the federal government didn't necessarily want to prohibit that. The other exception was that sports betting operations that were already permitted under state law, but only those operations that existed between January of 1976 and August of 1990 would be allowed to continue. So that meant that 4 states could continue to conduct sports wagering after 1992. And those were Nevada, which have legalized sports books throughout the state, Oregon and Delaware, which had sports lotteries, and then Montana that had a very niche and small sports pool betting segment. So in 2014, the state of New Jersey, which was prohibited from conducting sports betting under PASPA, decided to appeal this. And what they did was they repealed their internal ban on sports betting, effectively legalizing sports wagering in Atlantic City and the horse racing tracks. And so the NCAA and other groups went ahead and sued the governor of New Jersey, claiming that their legislation violated PASPA. This ultimately resulted in Murphy versus the NCAA, which was a 2018 case. And in this case, the court effectively held that PASPA was illegal. Specifically, they said that PASPA violated the 10th Amendment, which confirms that all legislative power not delegated to Congress by the Constitution is reserved for the states. So states from 2018 onwards have been free to authorize sports betting, whether by legislation, regulation, repealing existing bans, negotiating compacts, or by any other means. But effectively, since 2018, states around the US are now allowed to legalize sports wagering. So the current state of the market. So sports wagering has recently been allowed, but then that raised the question, okay, should the regulation be conducted at the state level? Or should the regulation be conducted at the federal level? So if a state wants to legalize gaming, should it bring in its own regulations, or should it abide by regulations set at the federal level? And there was a discussion about this, and there were pros and cons on both sides. Some of the pros of federal legislation and conversely cons of state legislation were as follows. The uniformity of regulatory laws. So if there was a federal regulatory scheme, then that would mean that there would effectively be one set of rules governing gaming in all of the states that wanted to legalize gaming. And that would make it considerably easier and less expensive for operators to come to the United States and start to conduct sports wagering operations in various states throughout the country, because they could just look at one set of rules governing what they can and cannot do. Another example of a pro for federal legislation was ensuring the integrity of the game and information sharing. And what the argument was that federal oversight is needed to protect sports integrity because states cannot oversee and enforce actions and events that happen outside their borders. So the argument here was that by having a higher regulatory authority, the federal government overseeing operations in various states, they from up above could see if there was any issues, problems, and then tackle those to preserve the integrity of the game. And then another argument for federal legislation and against state regulation was politics, and the less state level political influence if you're doing it at the federal level. But conversely, there was also arguments against federal legislation and for state regulation. First, states have been regulating other forms of gambling for many years. And so why should sports wagering be any different? It is not unique. And, if sports can handle their own laws governing casinos, they should be allowed to regulate sports wagering. Another argument for state regulation was that uniformity doesn't necessarily work for gaming. My partner and I, Carl Rutledge, my partner and I, we teach a law class at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas on gaming law. And one of the first things we talk about is that there really isn't a one-size-fits-all regulatory model for gambling. States decide to legalize gaming and sports wagering for a variety of different matters or reasons. And so regulations should really be adopted to address the reasons why that state decided to legalize that activity. And having an umbrella regulation at the federal level probably wouldn't work because it doesn't address those nuances. Another argument in favor for state regulation is that information sharing already occurs. For instance, the Nevada Gaming Control Board, which has had sports wagering for several years, has had an excellent relationship with the sports leagues and the other regulatory bodies to notify them if and when they see suspicious wagers and activities that may impact the integrity of sport. And then last but not least, another argument for state regulation would be politics. And if anyone is following the US federal government at the moment, you will know that they are not well organized. They're extremely disorganized, and legislation moves extremely slowly. So maybe it's best to have the states regulate these activities. And the outcome of these discussions was that ultimately sports wagering is going to be regulated at a state level. So here we have a map of the United States as of October 2021. And there are 29 states where sports betting is currently live. There are 3 states that have passed enabling laws, and they are ready to implement regulations. And there are 3 states that have legalized sports betting, but regulations are pending. And so if you compare that to the chart that we showed a few slides back here, back in the 1970s, we only had 4 jurisdictions that allowed for sports wagering. You can see that since 2018, now more than half of the United States conduct sports wagering in some form. And I'm just going to go through a few of these states. As states seek to legalize sports wagering, 2 factors often come to the forefront of the discussion. The first is taxation, and the second is the protection of the state's existing stakeholders. So let me explain. Nevada. In Nevada, if you want to obtain a sports betting license, you have to effectively operate a casino. The Nevada Gaming Commission will not issue a license to a company that wants to come in just to conduct sports wagering. You have to own a casino. And that is a considerable barrier to entry. And the reason for that is that we have stakeholders in the state who have invested an awful lot of money over many years to build this industry. And the Nevada Gaming Control Board has determined that they need to be protected and they should be given the opportunity to conduct sports wagering, not someone else who can just come in, obtain a license and not have to invest in the infrastructure. Now, there are some, for lack of a better term, workarounds to this rule. My firm recently represented a sports wagering company in August, the most recent one to be licensed in Nevada. And they purchased a small casino in northern Nevada and used that purchase to acquire their sports wagering license. So they are not required to purchase and operate a casino on the Las Vegas Strip. Instead, the client acquired a very small casino that held the relevant license in Northern Nevada. They don't have to gain the expertise or spend that amount of money to operate a huge strip casino, but they can use that to obtain a license. Another way to come into the state is to be a service provider and effectively come in and partner with an existing casino. And we're seeing that where operators from Europe come and they contract with a Nevada casino and they effectively license the casino their sports wagering platform. They license the casino their sports wagering name. And so a patron who goes to the casino will go to a sports book that is named and uses the same platform as the European operator. But the Nevada casino is the party that actually holds the license. In New Jersey, casinos and racetracks have the sports betting license, but interestingly, they each have 3 skins, which means that they can partner with 3 online sports wagering sites. So if I'm coming from Europe, for instance, I don't have to purchase a casino like I would in Nevada. Instead, I can contract with a casino to use one of their skins. So again, that is a way of protecting the existing stakeholders. Pennsylvania, I'm using as a different example. Here, I'd like to look at the taxation. So just going back to Nevada, Nevada has a tax rate of about 6.75%, which is very low. And the reason for that is Nevada brings sports, wants to adopt sports wagering, not necessarily for taxation reasons, but to attract people to the state. So folks come to gamble on the World Cup, March Madness, and they spend their money while they're here in Nevada. So the primary reason is to draw people to the state. It's not necessarily a taxation reason. In Pennsylvania, if you want to obtain a sports betting license, you have to pay a one-time fee of $10 million. And then they have a tax rate of 36%. So Pennsylvania has made it explicitly clear that the reason they legalized sports wagering is one of taxation. Tennessee is another example. Here, you can come to Tennessee and launch a sports wagering site without having to operate a physical casino or contract with a physical casino. So Tennessee is much more open and easier to access for foreign sports wagering operators. And the reason for that is, unlike Nevada, unlike New Jersey, Tennessee does not really have those ingrained stakeholders who have put money into the state for other gaming operations. And then Arizona is the most recent state to have legalized sports wagering in the United States. Our firm worked with the government of Arizona and the tribes and certain other stakeholders to pass those laws. And their licenses are granted to the tribes and to certain sports teams, such as the Phoenix Coyotes and the Arizona Cardinals. And then they, in turn, can partner with a sports betting operator. For instance, the Arizona Cardinals has partnered with BetMGM. So the Federal Wire Act. Effectively, this is a 1960s act, which is still in place today. And it has caused great confusion and needs to be repealed, but as and when that will happen, nobody knows. Effectively, what it does, well, it was invented in 1961 as part of US Attorney General Robert Kennedy's program to crack down on organized crime and racketeering. So it's an old law. And to prove a prima facie case, the government must establish that the person was engaged in the business of betting or wagering, that the person transmitted in interstate or foreign commerce any bets or wagers on a sporting event or contest, information assisting in the placement of bets or wagers, or a communication that entitled the recipient to receive money or credit. So effectively, in short, you cannot place bets or wagers across state lines. If you do, you would be in violation of the Federal Wire Act. And unfortunately, because this is such an old law and it's written extremely poorly, it's caused a great deal of confusion, because trying to apply a 1960s law to today's industry, which is radically different, and today's technology, which was not even in existence back then, has caused many challenges. But the outcome is that, as I said, you cannot place bets or wagers across state lines. And this has caused a great headache for operators. Primarily, it causes operational restrictions. So the Wire Act effectively requires siloing of the wagering aspects of sports betting operations in each state where a book operates. So in particular, sports books cannot transmit or receive sports bets across state lines. Therefore, a book must set up separate servers in each state it operates to ensure that the sports bet remains intrastate. As you can know, this restriction significantly raises the cost of infrastructure. So if I was a foreign operator coming to the US, I couldn't just set up a server in Nevada that then services my sports books in New Jersey, Tennessee, and elsewhere. Instead, I would have to set up separate servers in each state where I operate, and those servers would have to accept the wages within that state and pay out the wages within that specific state. So it's extremely cumbersome, and the restriction really makes no sense. But again, at the moment, our hands are tied under this law. I'm conscious I'm running out of time, so I'm going to try to speed up a bit. So I started this presentation with an explanation as to why sports leagues and teams opposed sports wagering. Well, now this is radically changed, and they have embraced it for several reasons. First of all, prohibition does not work. A national gambling impact study estimated that illegal sports wagering is somewhere between 80 and 380 billion annually. So that is a huge amount of money that is not being taxed. Second of all, by encouraging regulated gaming, hopefully you will cut funds to the illegal markets and in turn stunt their growth. Regulated markets also help protect the integrity of the sport, and this is critical. So regulation improves transparency and oversight of the industry. You're effectively taking sports wagering out of the shadows and putting it under the spotlight. And licensed sports wagering operators often alert authorities when they see unusual betting activity, such as match fixing. Then we have consumer protection. Regulated operators are required to enforce age limits and self-exclusion, protect player funds, and undergo auditing to ensure taxes are being paid. We also have monetization. So sports leagues and teams receive new revenue streams from selling data and sponsorship deals. In Nevada, many of the sports books are now promoting that they have partnered with the National Football League or the National Hockey League to obtain the most up-to-date and correct data. And then similarly, sponsorship deals in Europe, we've seen sports betting sites be advertised on the fronts of jerseys. They're actually now proposing legislation in England to cease that activity. But in the United States, we're just starting, because we are behind, to see gambling advertisements come onto jerseys. So it'll be interesting in the future to see if those advertisements are subsequently removed. And it also, sports wagering creates job creation, which is critical. So I'm almost out of time. If I could, I'd love to have 5 more minutes just to wrap this up. But if that's not possible, I will conclude, go straight to the conclusion. I'll keep on talking, but if I have to end early, just let me know. So a very quick look at the numbers. On the next slide, we will look at the total handle, revenue, hold, and tax revenue collected in each of the states. So the handle is the amount wagered over a time period. The revenue is the amount of money kept by the sports books out of the amount wagered. The hold percentage is how much revenue sports books keep as a function of handle. And then the tax revenue is the taxes collected by the state. So very quickly, you'll see these numbers starting in June to November 10th. On the left-hand side, we have the handle, which are very high numbers, in particular, Nevada and New Jersey. On the right, we have the revenue, which is less. That's the amount of money that is held by the sports books, and the hold percentage is on the right-hand side. And just to dig into these a bit quick, in September 2021, New Jersey became the first state to report more than 1 billion in wagering volume. Currently, New Jersey market is the biggest besides Nevada. Nevada continues to lead the way, taking over 780 million in handle in September. And it still has one of the lowest tax rates at 6.75%. As I mentioned earlier, that's because we use sports wagering to attract people to come to the state and spend their money on other things. And then Pennsylvania is growing extremely fast too, with 570 million in September. The only hurdle there is the state's extremely high tax rate of 36%. And my conclusion, the key takeaways. So, with the proliferation of gaming, there were some concerns that certain states would be cannibalized. For instance, Nevada used to have a monopoly on sports wagering. It certainly does not now, but we haven't seen that reduction in tourists. Nevada is still a tourist destination, and people come here for the experience, and so they will continue to sports wager. Sports betting is a hotbed of innovation and expansion. Many foreign operators are trying to infiltrate the US markets. Some casino owners are now purchasing sports teams. And very recently, Caesars Entertainment acquired William Hill so that it could gain a greater sports wagering footprint across the United States. We have states that continue to assess how best to regulate in order to protect a multitude of interests. So it really is a balancing act. If a state wants to legalize gaming, it has to think about its existing stakeholders. It has to think about how to generate new tax streams and how to provide customers with the best product. The leagues are all in. Leagues are monetizing this via selling data to sports wagering companies. And the sports teams are monetizing sports wagering via sponsorship. Federal restrictions in Nevada, as I've discussed, the Wire Act is antiquated and it needs to go because it's causing significant barriers to operations, which are raising the expense of doing business in the US. And last but not least is problem gambling. This is one of the major reasons touted against legalizing sports wagering. Is there too much advertising? Will there be restrictions on advertising? It's yet to be seen. It's a very difficult metric to track. But as I said, in the UK, they are taking steps to minimize the amount of advertising, taking sports wagering sponsorship off of jerseys to combat problem gambling. And it will be interesting to see if they do that in the US, as the market matures. But with that, I do apologize profusely for going a few minutes over. Thank you ever so much for allowing me to speak. And if you have any questions, I know I've ran over now, but I believe my email is on the PowerPoint presentation. And thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Light, for your presentation. The following speaker will deliver his presentation in Chinese. For the English audience in Zoom, you may switch to the English translation channel now. 现在
I'd like to invite Mr. Wang Changjing, Director and Professor of the Center for Gaming and Tourism Studies, Macau Polytechnic Institute. His topic is Into the New Era, Public Gaming Policy. Good afternoon. Please bear with me. Can you see my PPT on your screen, please? Yes, we could. Would you like to put it on full screen, please? I'm very pleased to take part in MGS Summit. My topic is Into the New Era, Public Gaming Policy. I'm a professor and director of the Center for Gaming and Tourism Studies in the Macau Polytechnic Institute. I've always been researching on the gaming law. Today, I'll share with you a bit about the gaming law and its link to the public policy. For Macau, gaming industry is now entering into a new era, starting from 2020. That we have the next batch of concessionaires coming to expiry term. And for the concessionaires, I believe that in the next few years, very soon, you will see a new licensing for these concessionaires. We are to consider the public policy regarding the gaming law, because the gaming law is regulated comprehensively.
Recording in progress.
To research into this area. We need to research into this gaming law and its impact on the public policy, and how the public policy will the way the public policy will impact on the next round of the gaming world. And we would like to see to what environment that we would like to achieve in terms of gaming. This is also one of the problems that the public policy needs to solve. For public policy, we need to oversee and conclude what has happened in the past in the history of Macau gaming industry and its city itself. And as we have already accumulated quite a sizable experience, we would like to, based on this experience, to plan for our policy ahead. And we compare our city with cities such as Las Vegas, which are in similar situation, developing their gaming industry. We like to look at Las Vegas and the like as a reference. And these are the areas that we would like to take into considerations. We'll look at the current situation of Macau's gaming industry, and with these foundations, or this background, I will look at the public policy to make. We'd like to have a review of what has happened to our gaming industry as a leading industry in Macau. in the past. In the year 2001, when we have launched the legal framework for the operations of casino games of fortune, it has broken the monopoly of the gaming industry. And from then on, we will not only have one gaming operator, but more than that. And it turned into three, and then later on, including the sub-concessionaires, altogether with six. We have opened up our gaming industry and have welcomed more competitors into the industry. In the year 2002, in our fiscal policy and the chief executive's reports, we have set the gaming tourism industry as the leading industry, and we'll have services industry, the tertiary industry as the main body of the industry of the city, and for other industries to coordinate their development, revolving their development around gaming. In the year, we also have the support of the central government and other conditions that our gaming industry has a tremendous increase since the turn of the century. From the year 2002 up to 2006, our gaming receipts has already surpassed that of Las Vegas. And not only to say that these are the result of the public policy, the more important is that the policy has helped greatly the gaming industry's development. However, because of the super fast development of the gaming industry, then in the year 2007, there is some change of attitude towards the gaming industry's development. The government, in the CE's report in the year 2007, the government has very clearly posed the attitudes that gaming industry is a component factor of the overall comprehensive tourism of Macau. So we are working towards not just focusing on the gaming industry, but towards a more comprehensive development of tourism industry. We consider gaming as one of the components of the overall comprehensive tourism. In this chief executive's report, this point is very important. Starting from the year 2008, there is a controlling mechanism. There is a controlling factor to the scale of the gaming industry's development. Up to the year 2013, the number of gaming tables is controlled to just 5,500. And in the next 10 years, up to starting from 2012, the gaming tables has increased by not more than 3% every year. And we have been enjoying very good gaming receipts in the past years. And then because of the COVID-19, the pandemic, it has posed an impact to the livelihood of the people in Macau. And when we look at the chief executive's report up to the president, the basic direction is to control the pandemic. And then the next question is how to look at our gaming industry in the days ahead. Is there any need for changes? Let us first look at our so-called sister cities situation. We'll look at Las Vegas, Reno. We'll have a look at how and what measures has Reno adopted. We can learn from the experience. For Reno, Reno is located in Las Vegas.
Reno was leading Las Vegas, and it was established earlier than Las Vegas. And after some 70 years, now Reno is far behind Las Vegas in terms of the size of the economy. And many of you may not have heard of Reno as a city. And it's lagging behind Las Vegas in terms of gaming revenue. And now let's look at Las Vegas. When you talk about Las Vegas, there's downtown Las Vegas. There's also Las Vegas Strip. So these are like two cities. The downtown area and Las Vegas Strip. These two areas are separated. Downtown Las Vegas also developed earlier than the Strip. But the residents there in downtown Las Vegas were against further development of the downtown area. And as it developed early in history, the downtown area is quite cramped. And when casinos were expanding, the residents there, their lives were affected by expansion. And so they were against further expansion by the casinos. And Reno was quite similar in that there was the city of Reno, and once the gaming industry was set up there, it sought to further develop, which affected the residents' lives in downtown Reno. So the downtown area of Las Vegas were quite conservative in terms of when it comes to casino expansion. Las Vegas developed along highways, and thanks to the automobile culture of the United States, people would come to Las Vegas and they by highways, and there were motels and small gambling dens along the highway, and some business people saw the opportunity. And as early as 1941, the first casino, El Rancho Vegas, was established in 1941. And Hotel Last Frontier joined in by 1942. And by 1958, Desert Inn, Sahara, Sands, Riviera, Dunes, Hacienda, Tropicana, Stardust were all open to the public. But as the downtown area is quite restricted in terms of space, Las Vegas Strip took the lead afterwards because of the sufficient space and other activities that are available on the Strip. And the residents there and the local government on the Las Vegas Strip were all supporting the further development and expansion of the casinos. And the residents on the Strip were different from those of downtown, where local people, natives, were living. And most of the residents on the Strip are migrants or immigrants. And they saw the opportunities, and they saw the opportunities in casino expansions. So they were quite supportive to the casino expansion. And they invested heavily in their infrastructure. They even issued, including schools, theaters, etc., etc., and convention centers as well, and an airport. The convention center and the airport were of critical importance to the development of Las Vegas. So in the 1950s, weekend tourists, there were a large number of weekend tourists to Las Vegas, but on weekdays, there were not so many tourists. And they thought they could attract business travelers. And for this reason, they established something called LVCVA for the purpose of establishing a convention center to attract these business travelers. In 1959, the convention center opened, and it was subsequently expanded several times. Now it is a large venue that houses 200,000 tourists at one time, and you can come to this area of Las Vegas not only at weekends but also on weekdays as well. So this is the convention center. And now let's look at the airport. The airport was critical to the development of Las Vegas, as Las Vegas is located in the desert. And without airport, it would be very difficult to access Las Vegas. So the airport was of critical importance to Las Vegas. The airports made it possible for international travelers to arrive in Las Vegas. But at the time, they only had one airline operating, and so did Reno, which only hosted a regional airline. And now let's look at Macau. We are facing some challenges. First of all, Cotai Strip is being saturated. The booming of Cotai Strip is seeing its end. And secondly, VIP junket tours are actually contracting due to more stringent policy from the mainland central government. And Macau is also limited by number of hotels, land resources, and even talents. And we have smaller convention centers as compared to those in Las Vegas. So what should we do to further develop Macau? Should we adopt the Las Vegas model, Las Vegas Strip model, or Reno model? I think that's something we need to think about. And our future is dependent on this decision. Are we going to become another Reno? That's something we must think about. Should we adopt a gaming friendly policy? We need to create an environment where the industry can thrive, not just taking all the resources out of this environment, so that the environment will eventually die out. So the policies, public policies, should evolve too. And the current policy is very flexible. Current policy is not flexible, and there's not much room for our maneuvering. So we might start thinking about the licensing system instead of the current approval system. And we can also remain this ratio, but we should add flexibility to the entire approving system. So the current policy is too rigid, and we must introduce flexibility to the system. And there should be less restrictions on gaming operators. For example, we should promote gaming innovation. For example, new games, new electronic games, new electronic horse racing, sports betting. They should all be incorporated in these operators. And also, we need to enhance innovation, gaming innovation. We developed quite fast in the past 2 decades, but we've been lacking innovation in gaming. Our host MGS, they have a member who does electronic gaming equipment. We need more companies like that. And also, gaming operators should be responsible, shouldering social responsibility in the current environment. These are social responsibilities, not legal requirements. That's something we need to make clear. And the social responsibility requirements should be more soft, more flexible, not a rigid requirement. And also, Macau's moderate diversification. And gaming industry is a mainstay industry. It's the largest industry in Macau. That's something that's not easy to change, but we need to look at the risks associated with having only one mainstay industry. But we cannot expect change to happen overnight. Changes must happen gradually, step by step. I'm running out of time. If you have more questions, please email me. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Professor Wang, for your speech. This and the first part of the afternoon session. And many thanks to our speakers this afternoon for their excellent sharing. Professor Wong gave us some food for thought on public policy, public gaming policy. Now, shall we take a tea break? And we will reconvene at 3:45 p.m. See you here.
Welcome to the text to our second session in the afternoon. We would like to invite the Director of Financial Technology, ICBC Macau, Mr. Yuan Hang, to deliver his keynote speech. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to share with you my personal opinion about financial technology and also digitized renminbi in Hengqin, Guangdong, Macau Index Corporation and to explore the opportunities. For the Index Corporation offers many opportunities for the Hengqin, Guangdong, Macau and to greater extent GBA area. We could look at it through several areas to look at the advantages in 3 different areas and the opportunity presented through this cooperation. So for digital RMB, we could look at the entire ecological system in terms of retailing and the banking and the overall ideas. And we look at cross-border banking. In my talk today, I will look at the advantages of Macau and the cooperation zone. Second, about financial technology services and our digital RMB. Then we look at the advantages of Macau and the cooperation zone. We look at the scale of the market. We have the geographical advantage. Macau is a component, a part of the Hong Kong, Macau, and Guangzhou. In the year 2019, we have around 380 billion, which is at the mid-level among the cities in the GBA area. And we are having economic activity, which is about 1/7 of Hong Kong Shenzhen, or 1/5 of Guangzhou and Foshan. For Macau, we have a total land area of we were restricted by our land area, but with the cooperation zone, we have 106 square kilometers area. And because of the GBA, we're next to it. And for the free movement of the people and communication, Macau is a free port. Macau has a single border tax region, and we had enjoyed a very close communication with Hong Kong and GBA, and this presents opportunities for Macau. And second is about the policy advantage, or we can say the customs advantage. For the cooperation zone, it will enjoy similar customs privilege as Macau SAR. So for the cooperation zone in Macau, if you enter cargoes through the first frontier, you have free tax. For the second line of border from Hengqin to China, there will be a tax advantage for cargoes who have added value of more than 30%. There will be taxation, free import tax. We can make good use of this customs taxation privilege to develop the corresponding kind of business. The third is about human resources advantage. With the big data and cloud computer and smart intelligence and blockchain technology, we have trained a large number of financial technology professionals. In Macau, the number of talents in financial technology is relatively few. With the cooperation zone, it's easier for the mobility of these talents. And for the lack of high-end professionals and talents in the cooperation zone, we could give tax-free offer to those people who have an income bearing a tax level of 15% or more, in order to attract more talents to come to the cooperation zone to develop. The average cost of labor in mainland China is lower than the Hong Kong Macau level. This is an advantage for using the resources. We'd like to move on to look at cloud computing because of the internet. We could have cloud computing sharing. And during the for software services such as SaaS software, it could provide a tremendous potential. Although we know that competition is very intense in this area, for cloud computing, it is growing annually at a rate of 50 or 60%. In mainland China, it is growing at a rate of 70%. For cloud computing, for example, SaaS, it is a very having a high potential software. And for big companies, they need a SaaS product and also similar IT products. For Macau, and whether it's for human resources or the like, Macau will lack competitiveness. So with the SaaS software, it could help your business to develop. For cloud consideration, for Macau, you could form a financial cloud or public utilities cloud, and you could consider an infrastructure, cloud computing infrastructure as this, to consider to have an overall using of the cloud as your testing ground for your financial field. For Macau cloud computing development, still in an early stage, if you could start from your community to start with cloud, I think there is a big room for development. This cloud computing service not only could serve Macau but also Hong Kong. I think with the cooperation zone, because of the geographical area, I think there is a very good starting point for the application of this cloud computing. For the advantages of the presented by the in-depth cooperation zone, we could develop a cloud computing services support center. First, we could work with the current cloud, for example, Tencent Cloud, Ali Cloud, etc. We will encourage the users in Hong Kong, Macau, and GBA to use cloud services or cloud computing services, especially in areas like Hong Kong, Macau, where the human resources cost is very high. We could try to use SaaS products or similar professional products to fulfill the needs of some professional services, such as the financial services. For example, we could also offer health cloud where the government can participate in this kind of cloud services. I think for the cooperation zone, we could offer similar services like this. And these are my thoughts initially. And for policies, we need to establish a new home, a new garden for Macau residents to live and work. In the cooperation zone, we would like to see the development of leisure and tourism, for example, a convention, sports, healthcare, well-being, etc. kind of industries in the cooperation zone. Financial technology, we will encourage cross-border RMB clearing services. And in the cooperation zone, we would like to establish cross-border digital RMB clearing and operation system to cope with the digitalized RMB scenario, in order to have an integration of the people living in the two places in Hong Kong and Macau. In the year 2021, we have 208 million users, and with the digitalized RMB, for the people who are using electronic wallet, we have 140 million users, and for remember, BOC has already had Xu Jiyun, and for me, we have similar thoughts with them, and we see that for the cloud computing services in Macau, we have similar development. And how to develop digitalized RMB in the cooperation zone. And I think we initially have this thinking to have a reference on the testing method of the digitalized RMB in mainland China. Then we could use a representative operations model to encourage digitalized RMB in Macau as a testing point, and we could offer digitalized RMB in the retailing industry. And for digitalized RMB operations, I think in Macau, under the supervision and regulations, we could have this agency-based operation to be launched. And for Macau residents, they could obtain they could use the mobile phone to use this digitalized wallet.
To activate certain digital RMB services online. These transactions can be done in the banks of Macau. And there are many scenarios for digital RMB usage in daily life. Macau and Hong Kong residents may create digital RMB wallets to be used on their daily activities. For example, shopping, traveling, going to restaurants. Also, RMB, digital RMB can be used in digital conventions. For example, rentals can be paid by digital RMB. And also, identification services could be used at hotels. That's also associated with the RMB, digital RMB. And it can also be used as room keys, etc. And taxation may also take advantage of digital RMB. Tax returns could utilize digital RMB to streamline the tax return processes. And in Macau, ICBC Macau is the only bank that supports Macau residents in their digital RMB services. And they can go to one of our branches to top up their digital RMB wallets. And digital RMB is also can also be used in small amount financing, small amount loans, and also provides a great opportunity in terms of market supervision, market regulation. In this respect, digital RMB can be used as cross-border trading, and also it can be used as regulation compliance purposes. And recently, a report on digitalized RMB has been published, which was created by People's Bank of China in cooperation with the academia. And also recently, the People's Bank of China set up digital currency institutes in UAE, Hong Kong's financial administration, and in Thailand's central bank as well. And there are several projects set up and some products set up in these projects. So there are many applications associated with digital RMB. Payment is only one of the many applications of digital RMB. The digital payment function at the moment is not large. It has a great future in cross-border trading. Digital RMB is an initiative proposed by the Chinese central government. to also serve the Belt and Road Initiative, which connects Asia with Europe and Africa, and providing infrastructure projects for over 70 countries. And at the moment, payment, international payment is not so easy. But once the digital RMB is put in place, SWIFT is not going to be an obstacle for international payment if you do not have access to SWIFT. And as you know, RMB is also undergoing internationalization, and WeChat payment, Alipay, and Union Pay also are helping internationalize RMB. WeChat payment can be used in 49 countries. Alipay is being used in 42 countries. Over 170 countries around the globe accept Union Pay cards. And digital RMB is going to further help internationalize RMB, the Chinese currency. And I think that the cooperation zone in Hengqin will also play an important role in to this end. And we can also use it in transnational cross-border trading, financing, and that is about what I'm going to talk about today. And just to summarize, we shall take advantage of the deep cooperation zone, its provincial policies, talent advantages. We should further develop fintech using cloud computing, and the deep cooperation zone should also be a base for further popularizing RMB, digital RMB, and deep cooperation zone will have a very bright future indeed. And that's my presentation today. Thank you. Many thanks to Mr. Yuan for his presentation. The next speaker will be using English. So anyone who needs Mandarin interpretation, please switch to the Chinese channel on your screen.
4-volume book on the Macau casino gaming law recently published to make his keynote speech on gaming law and casino transactions in Macau. Mr. Antonio Lobo Vilela, please.
Thank you very much. Are you listening correctly? That's just me sharing my post here. Sharing my screen. Share screen. Okay, so I will be speaking today about the gaming law and the casino gaming concessions in Macau. As you all know, the first part of the public consultation on the revision of the gaming law, which started in September 15, ended last October 29. I will not waste your time nor mine speaking about the public consultation paper that led to the valuation of around 30% of Macau's gaming operator shares. The media has already scalped it, and I've already published my thoughts about the issue. Aside from that, one would need a real crystal ball to uncover the government's intentions behind the 9 key points encapsulated in the consultation paper. Not even with so many clarification sessions was such intention, if any, revealed. The government decided in this case to play the cards close to its chest. My presentation will focus on what lies ahead in the process towards awarding the casino gaming concessions that will expire in June 2022. So phase 1 relates to the public consultation. As I said, the audition period is already finished, and we are now in the final report period where the government will release the consultation report. According to the public consultation rules, public consultation rules, the government has something like 180 days to do so. Such a report should take into consideration all opinions sent or made during the audition period, and for transparency, it would be helpful and I believe wise if the government compiles all those opinions so the population may have access to them. This report will, or at least should, form the basis of the draft amendment to the gaming law. The phase that follows, phase 2, is the one on the amendment to the gaming law. Once the draft is finalized inside the government, it must undergo approval from the Executive Council, which is, according to the Basic Law, the organ for assisting the Chief Executive in policy making. Only after can the draft be submitted to the Legislative Assembly as a draft law proposal. After such submission, the legislative process kicks off, and the proposed draft law is subject to a first reading in the plenary of the Legislative Assembly, where all lawmakers vote on its admission. Once admitted, the proposed law, the draft law, goes to one of the 3 standing committees for analysis and discussion. Each of these committees is formed by a limited number of lawmakers, and as was the case in 2001, when the Legislative Assembly initially passed the gaming law, an ad hoc committee may be created for this purpose. In the committee, whether permanent or ad hoc, the members initially analyze the draft law proposal among themselves and then call on the government to provide the necessary clarifications and to listen to the opinions or concerns or recommendations of the committee. It may also hear or invite, without any limitation, any other entity or person, in this case, gaming operators, gaming promoters, related associations, etc. Following these meetings, subsequent versions of the draft law proposal may appear if the government deems it necessary to incorporate the committee's opinions, concerns, or recommendations. Once the text of the draft law is closed, the committee issues a report on the analysis and discussion held, including the opinions and the clarifications or concerns and recommendations raised but not attended to by the Macau government. This report is made public and included in the Legislative Assembly's diary. Finally, the proposed draft law goes up to the plenary again to be voted by all lawmakers. This voting can be made or can be done by article or article by article, can be by article paragraphs or sub-paragraphs or by article block. Once passed by the Legislative Assembly, it is signed by its president and it proceeds to promulgation by the Chief Executive, who then sends it to publication and reports to the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress of the PRC for the record. Publication is made in Series 1 of the Official Gazette, which only is published on Mondays. To be published on any other day of the week, it must be published as an Official Gazette's extraordinary number, which is not common. After being published, the new law enters into force on the day explicitly referred to in its provisions, or if absent, on the 6th day following publication. It is difficult to predict the length of all this process from the time the draft law proposal is submitted to the Legislative Assembly until it is published. Although the Chief Executive stated that everything will be done by year end. This will depend on several factors. Firstly, the quality of the draft law text and/or its translation. Secondly, the complexity of the amendments. I believe everybody is eager to know how the government will elaborate on the 9 key points of the consultation paper in the draft law proposal. Thirdly, the extension of the amendments. For instance, the consultation paper speaks about including in the draft law an administrative offences regime, a very long due one, I should add. This can delay the legislative process if the proposed new regime is as comprehensive as the one that was prepared back in 2003 by the then Macau Gaming Commission. To the best of my recollection, the draft prepared at that time had more or less the same number of articles as the Macau gaming law. Lastly, the opinions, concerns and recommendations that the committee may raise, which cannot be determined in advance. From the outset, the reading or by reading the consultation paper, it is impossible to ascertain beforehand what solutions will be and how they will be incorporated in the draft law. And because 1/3 of the legislators recently joined the newly elected Legislative Assembly. This fact alone, I believe, shuffles the equation. And being new in the task, their agenda is unpredictable. In any case, once the amendment to the gaming law is approved and published, the government must decide what to do. And it has more than one option. And we enter phase 3. The government may extend the current concessions and authorize the extension of the current sub-concessions. According to the law, the Chief Executive may extend the concessions and authorize the extension of the sub-concessions one or more times, provided that the extension does not exceed 5 years overall. Currently, the term can be extended up to June 2027 for all except for SGM and MGM that can only be extended until March 2027, as these two operators already benefit from 3 months of this exceptional term extension. This may be a solution to tackle the short time problem until the expiry of the current concessions and sub-concessions, to deal with the formalities necessary to carry out an international public tender, together with effects of the COVID-19 pandemic that are being aggravated by the persistence of the Macau authorities of a COVID-0 policy. Back in 2001, a period of almost 8 months elapsed, 9 if we consider the date of the approval date of the Macau gaming law, September 24, between the opening of the public tender, which was set for November 1, and the signing of the last 2 concession contracts in June 26, 2002. We are now roughly 7.5 months away from the expiry of the current concessions and sub-concessions, and not even the draft law with the amendments to the gaming law was yet submitted to the Legislative Assembly. Even the Legislative Assembly's monitoring committee for land affairs and public concessions said in a report dated August this year, and I quote, that the public tender does not necessarily have to take place before the end of the contracts, which is June 2022, that a better date should be chosen since under the impact of factors such as economic uncertainties, it is possible that the government is forced, with no other alternative, to admit some competitors with unsatisfactory conditions. The government may also open an international public tender, something announced many times since at least 2017 and reiterated yesterday by the chief executive, according to the media. Although not included in the public policy address for 2021 list of laws and regulations to be amended, we believe an amendment to the public tender regulation, administrative regulation number 26-2001 is in order. It seems unthinkable, for me at least, that, for instance, 2022 tender will use the 2001 awarding criteria. Times have changed and Macau's needs have evolved tremendously. In addition, it is necessary to prepare a public tender pack comprising a set of documents as the tender program and also normative acts, as just to mention a few, the chief executive order determining the opening of the public tender, the chief executive order determining the amount of the fixed portion of the premium to be paid by the future casino gaming operators, or the order creating the commission for the second public tender to award or to grant casino gaming concessions. Nevertheless, a public tender only makes sense, at least in a legal standpoint, if the idea is to increase or decrease the number of gaming operators. The public consultation paper is ambiguous in that particular and concludes that, and I quote, it is proposed to study and review the number of concessions. Well, a possible practical meaning for this conclusion would be either the elimination of the legal restriction on the maximum number of concessions, which according to the law is 3, or the alteration of this maximum number, given that the Macau government declared in the consultation paper that the prohibition of sub-concessions will be expressly stipulated in the law. In theory, whatever such practical meaning may be, 3 scenarios are possible: decreasing, increasing, or maintaining the current number of casino gaming operators. The option for a decrease in that number directly impacts in the unemployment rate. In the second quarter of 2021, this rate was 2.9 compared to 1.7 in the first quarter of 2019 before the pandemic. Many people, the vast majority of which are Macau residents, would be unemployed. In addition to dealers, a profession that only Macau residents can perform, a significant number of, and I quote, not less than 85% of holders of high and medium level management and leadership positions, that is the threshold referred to in the public policy address report for 2021, would also be affected. This would also directly or indirectly affect SMEs and a considerable number of people who depend on those people being employed. Furthermore, it is a working force that at present will hardly be absorbed by the remaining casino gaming operators, a fact that is a potential cause of social stability. And promoting social stability in Macau was one of the purposes of creating the Macau SAR, and social stability is one of the most important mandates of the chief executive and also one of the specific objectives of the Macau gaming law according to its Article 1. The option for the increase would lead to the entry of new players in the market at an economically challenging time. If persistent, the current levels of GGR are not or may not be in the short run sufficient to keep the current 6 operators in operation. The government GGR estimate for 2021, which was already half of the estimate for 2020, was 130 billion MOP, equivalent to 16.25 billion US dollars. However, in the first 10 months of this year, only 55.5% of such figure was reached. For 2022, the government already announced that the estimates the same 130 billion US dollars. So let's see how all gaming operators will survive or surface such a figure. Furthermore, geopolitical reasons and the need to achieve the desired economic diversification probably will restrict the entry into scene of new foreign players, the only ones that have experience in the operation of casino games of chance and with technical and financial capacity. Hence, and by exclusion, maintaining the number of casino gaming operators seems to be the only viable option, and the only one in line with the 2016 midterm review report on the gaming industry commissioned by the Macau government to the University of Macau that concluded that all casino gaming operators had fulfilled their duties. This said, if maintaining the number of gaming operators is the way forward, one may ask what public interest is there in opening a public tender to award the casino gaming concessions. Well, I believe none. When compared to the public interest in granting the concessions, in this particular case, by a direct award. The difference between a public tender and a direct award is significant. While in a public tender, the government plays a passive role, depending on the award proposals presented by the bidders, it plays an active role in the direct award, dictating the conditions under which it intends to contract. A simple example, in the event of a public tender, nothing prevents, under the terms of the law currently in effect, bidders from offering a percentage as low as 0.1% for the contribution of up to 2% of the GGR to a public foundation. Whereas in a scenario of a direct award, the government can mandate that the percentage be 2%. However, unlike all other types of permitted gambling in Macau, the granting casino gaming concessions via direct award is not allowed under the current legal and regulatory framework on casino gaming. In fact, under the gaming law, such granting is always preceded by a public tender open for this purpose, and the concessions are awarded to the bidders, and I quote, who present the most advantaged conditions for the Macau SAR in the proper operation of casino games of chance. For the concessions to be directly awarded, an amendment to the gaming law would be necessary. Macau gambling industry is too big to fail, and whatever the government decides, it must always remember that Macau's gambling industry is too important to be gambled with. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation will be delivered in Chinese, and there will be no simultaneous interpretation for. The next presentation will be delivered in English, and there will be no SI. Sorry for the technical error. So thank you very much for the presentation of Mr. Villela. So the next part will be our promotional video in English. So let's enjoy it and the interpretation for the video. 那最后呢，我们将会播放由亚洲先锋娱乐控股有限公司 APE 提供的创新博彩
My name is Alan Hui, and I'm the chairman of Asia Pioneer Entertainment, APE. APE is a Macau company with over 15 years of business operations in Macau, and we're listed in the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. We have two major lines of business: a gaming side where we are one of the largest suppliers of EGMs and ETGs in Macau. We also started a non-gaming side of the business in 2020, where we operate a network of smart vending machines in Macau and the Greater Bay Area. We target the millions of tourists visiting Macau each year, as well as the 700,000 residents of Macau. We use a large variety of smart vending machines, offering convenient and efficient access to a multitude of products to consumers. We're able to link our smart vending machine network on mobile apps and more popular e-commerce platforms, thereby providing consumers with seamless online to offline transaction and fulfillment experiences. By the end of 2021, we will have installed over 50 vending machines in various parts of Macau, including transportation hubs, ferry terminals, hotels, as well as other sites, offering all kinds of Macau branded products. We think as travel gets back to more normalcy, smart vending machines will play a major role for e-commerce for consumers. Thank you, and hope you will have a chance to visit some of our vending machines.
Hello everyone, this is Herman Ng from APE. Thanks Alan for introducing our retail vending machine business. At the same time, we would like to thank MGS to providing us with this opportunity to share with you the latest development of APE. In the past year, the world has been experiencing very different days. This has affected the business of the entire gaming industry. However, we take this opportunity to examine our past shortcomings and to get improved. In this difficult time, we keep in touch with our clients. Our business partners do not stop to explore possibility. Next, APE colleagues and our partners will introduce their latest product and trends. Enjoy.
Thank you, Herman. Hello, guys. This is Vicky, Assistant General Manager of Sales and Marketing in APE. First of all, congratulations to the largest manufacturer in Taiwan, Jumbo Technology, who is also our partner for more than 10 years, won the 2021 Taiwan Excellence Award. And now, they're going to present you their company latest news and products. Enjoy!
Hi everyone, this is Maggie from Jumbo Technology. How are you doing? I'm so glad you can join us today, and we really appreciate AP for inviting us to participate in MGS. So I would like to introduce you our new slot game, Long Yi Bao Link, and also ETG J Multi. So let's check out our new slot game, Fortune Treasure, and see what's special and fun about it. Over here, you can see there's grand and major jackpot. They are progressive link jackpot. Minor and mini, they are just bonuses with fixed number that change along with the denomination that you choose over here. And so I'll go with one free spin. If you enter our free game, so if you collect 6 or more White Dragon Ball, then they can enter into the feature game selection. And there are 2 options for you. There is free game and also the Rising Dragon. I'm going to show you the special feature Rising Dragon over here. So this is hold and spin game that you can see the 6 games. They are still over here in the Rising Dragon feature game. So over here, there's a Dragon Golden Ball. If you have any multiplier number, it will go up here and it collects all the numbers from White Dragon Ball. Over here, you see it collects the number, and at the very end, it multiplies by the multiplier over here. So after all the free spins, players, they will see the total win up here. So this is our new game, Fortune Treasure and Long Yifa Link. Let's go check out our APGJ multi. Just like its game, players can enjoy multiple games on one terminal simultaneously. So over here, there's baccarat game, sip bowl, and roulette. And also over here, you can see we have our special feature random pay, long dragon jackpots, and very detailed history board. Over here, there's possible win for players, and players can save their favorite bets over here. So we also have automatic dice shaker, roulette wheel that can connect to up to 100 terminals. So players can enjoy both virtual and also automatic versions of the games. This game is already grandly sold up. Let's go check it out. I'm pretty sure you'll enjoy it. So Christmas and New Year's are coming soon. Jumbo hope that you and your family will have a good time together, and we're looking forward to 2022. See you soon.
Hello everyone, this is Rick Yip, Assistant General Manager of Technical Department in APE. We are the Macau distributor of Konami Gaming for many years. Now Konami is going to introduce their latest product for you. Thank you, enjoy.
Hi, David Punter, National Sales Manager Australia and New Zealand for Konami here.
Konami would like to thank MGEMA and APE for the opportunity to participate in the MGS Summit 2021. We are very excited to be a part of this special online event and introduce you to Konami's new Dimension cabinet range. We are launching two new cabinets, the Dimension 27 and Dimension 49F, with the slogan, taking you to the next dimension. One of our new cabinets, the Dimension 27, has picture-perfect and sleek 3 27-inch ultra-high definition LCD displays with unique dual bash buttons. For Dimension 49F, it has a panoramic 49-inch flat ultra-high definition 4K LCD display with the same dual bash buttons as the Dimension 27. We cannot wait for you to get your hands on and experience these sleek and innovative new cabinets when we release them in the Asia Pacific market next year. We also have prepared a short introduction video for the two-dimension cabinets and some of the new games we are launching here in Australia. We hope you enjoy these and we'll see you in person real soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Maria Garcia. As many of you might already know, I joined APE in 2006 as their Sales and Marketing Director and worked with them for around 6 years. Less than 2 years ago, I rejoined the company as a business consultant. With the ongoing COVID restrictions, we are taking this opportunity to do a brief introduction of our partners. We started working with SpinTech more than a decade ago, and today they are one of the most renowned electronic gaming table manufacturers in Europe. In fact, their products are one of the best performers here in Macau and other parts of Asia. With that being said, please stay tuned to a short and brief presentation that SpinTech has for you. I hope to see you all very, very soon in person. Thank you.
My name is Mitja Dornik. I'm Regional Sales Manager for Asia and Australia. At SpinTech Gaming Technology, we create state-of-the-art and innovative electronic table games. We are proud to be among the top 5 ETG companies in the world. Our large product portfolio is based on 2 product lines. Karma Game 2, most suitable for compact settings, and Auraline, which is ideal for amphitheater setup, combining automated, live and virtual games. Both provide seamless and enjoyable multi-game experience. Moreover, our solutions are completely customizable. Operators can choose from a variety of games, such as roulette, sigbo, craps, baccarat, blackjack or underbahar, or opt in for a multi-game. I would like to mention our distributor Ape Macau, who is our long-term and very trustworthy partner with an in-depth knowledge of Asian markets. Our cooperation began in 2013. Together we cover Macau and Southeast Asia markets, and we are looking forward to a bright future. What is more, they also offer 24/7 support for Spintech installation in Macau. In the last years, we built and moved into completely new headquarters. We opened a new office in Netherlands and expanded our markets to all continents. We made new partnerships in USA, Canada, and France, and made some amazing installations in casinos like Monte Carlo and Swiss casinos. So let us go to an overview of what novelties we prepared for Asian and Australian markets. I will start with Sigbo game that has a wide following in Asia for a good reason, and Spintech enhanced this popular casino game with some hugely attractive features. Spintech Sigbo with free lever progressive Dragon's jackpot brings even more excitement to the game. Higher betting players are rewarded with progressing to a higher level without the need to place an extra bet. Also, payouts are happening on a daily basis. Also, Baccarat game has a highly interested new features like squeeze. It can be customized to squeeze the cards from the top or from the side, increase or decrease the reveal speed, or even accelerate the game to fast or super fast. The casino can apply the automatic squeeze option to speed up the game overall. VIP players have the option to customize their card squeeze by themselves. The new hotspot roulette increases the attractiveness of the roulette game by adding additional more adrenaline-driven pay table. Player who plays on hotspot roulette has every game a chance to multiply his initial bet up to 900 times. By the crown roulette, the table randomly selects one or more numbers with crown signs where win could be multiplied. Every game up to 6 crowns signs can appear. Player has the chance to multiply his win up to 4 times. Let us not forget about the synchronized double wheel roulette that doubles up on the thrill of the game, enabling the player to simultaneously play on the 2 wheels at a very comfortable pace. Besides the all-mentioned novelties, our Craps comes also in virtual edition and in several languages. In the coming year, our focus will continue to be on helping customers and partners to respond to the market changes and challenges we all face. At the same time, we will continue to provide the best possible tailor-made gaming solutions for casino operators and continuously improving an amazing gaming experience for the players. Thank you APE and MGS for this opportunity. We look forward to meeting you all in person at the MGS next year.
Hello everyone, this is Berwin Pan, the Manager of Consultancy and Technical Sales Department of Asia Pioneer Entertainment. Thank you for your time joining us. As you may know, APE has become the authorized repair center and the official distributor of the globally renowned ticket printer supplier Transact Technologies since 2017. By next month, we'll be happy to celebrate our partnership for the 4th year. And we will keep holding our hands firmly to keep unbeatable products and excellent service to our clients. Last, I do really hope to meet you in person in reality. But before that, please be safe and take care. Now, let me give the time to our partner, Transact Technology, Asia team, to bring you their latest products. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 2021 Macau Gaming Show Online Summit. My name is Rashid Suleiman and I'm Vice President Asia Pacific for Transact Technologies. Thank you all for taking the time to join this summit. Unfortunately, we weren't able to meet in person, but that's just the world that we live in at the moment. So hopefully we'll be able to get together soon. Can I just say a big thank you to all the team at APE for all their service and support over the years. APE are Transact's official distributor as well as licensed service repair centre for this region, and they've done a fantastic job, so thank you to APE. I don't have a lot of time here, so I just want to quickly take you through the latest developments from Transact Technologies and just brief you on a few of our products on the gaming side of the business. Before I do that, from a supply perspective, COVID has caused massive disruption for our industry. You don't need me to tell you that, but I'd just like to tell our customers that they can be rest assured that we have product to deliver. Our operations team have done a fantastic job in working with the various supply chains to be able to secure materials and keep our production running. So that's great news to be able to share with all our customers. Our key products on the gaming side of the business are number one, our Epic 880 roll-fed printer, our recently released Epic Edge Tito printer, which also comes in a tabletop version for cage cash desks as well as players club desks and table game applications. The Epic Edge will soon supersede our Epic 950 printer, which has been at the forefront of performance and reliability in the Tito printer market. The Epic Edge, while retaining the key features which made the Epic 950 so popular, is also now packed with new technology to simplify operations and improve slot floor performances. The Epic 880 kiosk printer is the ideal choice of printer for sports betting, video lottery terminals, amusement, and skill with prize type applications. On the technology side of the business, for gaming, we have our promotional software system, Epic Central. With the changing world that we're living in, player loyalty and retaining your customer base must be more important than ever. Epic Central can help to achieve just that. In a nutshell, the Epic Central system is a system that can deliver a personalized and customized message direct to the player in real time. Our latest version of Epic Central is now more user-friendly with an enhanced customer interface. Literally within a few minutes, a campaign or promotion can be set up and put into play. Once the promotions are in play, via the comprehensive dashboard, the operator can see a full overview of all the promotions, list of carded players, and leaderboard of their top players, etc. Some popular promotion examples include welcome visit encouragement promotion, non-carded to carded player promotions, random and threshold-based promotions, as well as, and certainly not limited to, responsible gaming type messaging. We can also utilize existing promotions within your CMS to be able to deliver them in a tangible way direct to the player in real time. I could talk to you about this for hours, but unfortunately I don't have the time right now on this forum. But if you'd like any more information on any of the products I've just mentioned here, please feel free to contact me direct. My details can be found on this MGS forum. Otherwise, visit our website, www.transact-tech.com, or alternatively, just contact any of the APE representatives and they can fill you in on anything you might need there. Look, thank you again for your time. I hope you have a great MGS. Hopefully we can catch up in person soon, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks our partner for the introductions, and thank you for all your time. We hope to see you soon. Wish you have a happy life and a prosperous business.
谢谢亚洲先锋娱乐控股有限公司 APE 提供的视频。各位嘉宾，各位
Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the 2021 MGS Summit today online, and we would like to thank all the keynote speakers, panelists for their sharing, and let's work together to build a better Macau. And we would like to see you, we hope to see you all next year at